All right. Thank you, President Calvin. If we can resume the general manager's report. The next item is the Colorado River Basin Hydrology Report with Don Meyer and Sanji. See if we can get them in.
Thanks, Andy. So Dave Kanzer's not able to be here. He sends his well wishes to everyone. And so I'm going to rely on my sidekick here, Sam. Sam has been so helpful to me. And, you know, he's a great mapper. I think he did some work on the Shoshone.
He did a lot of work on this issue.
Application and spreadsheet wizard, just wonderful person to work with. Appreciate you, Sam.
Sure, guys. It's great when it works. I think I'm right.
So we've got a fair snowpack within the river district. I think, you know, to the north, Wyoming, especially northern Wyoming, is very dry, and to the south, especially Arizona, is very, very dry. So I think we're looking at inflow in the Powell of about 82%. That's according to USBR. Now it's early, of course. The April to July forecast at the Basin River Forecast Center is 78% of average. So I tend to see this trend of downward forecasts even this early in the year. So Glen Canyon releases 7.5 million acre feet in 2025, potentially 2026 question mark. The lower basin is in tier 1 shortage, and we'll see what happens in 2026. But the first seasonal stream flow forecast, January 1, show the Colorado River at about 90 to 100% of average. Inflow forecast to various nodes. Utah 80 to 90% and Wyoming 50 to 80%, with Arizona looking at a really dry season. So here's a drought monitor. You can see those bullseyes in the Arizona area, especially western Arizona, and then Wyoming, northern Wyoming, northwest Wyoming. So drought monitor kind of reflects the runoff forecast this year. Colorado being pretty much drought free. So the seasonal temperature and precip outlooks favor Wyoming, perhaps, not so much Arizona. Temperatures are going to be potentially below average in Wyoming, and the precipitation above average, but down south, not so much. Snowpack above Lake Powell. You know, we've kind of taken kind of leveled off here in the last week or so, but we're looking at about the 70th percentile. In other words, 70% of the historical snowpack is above where we are today. And here's the historical inflow in the Powell with that 7.33, I think, million acre feet in black on the right, the most probable, and then the probable max and probable min there. We're hoping to avoid the red there, which is about 6 million acre feet. And projections of Lake Powell by the 24-month study, and this is a January study, shows pretty much kind of a sideways, as DK likes to say, a sideways forecast. The blue, which is the most probable, or the maximum probable inflow into Lake Powell, and also includes a 9 million acre foot release in 6. And then the probable minimum there is in red, and we stay in that mid elevation release tier at 7.5 in both years. And then looking down at Lake Mead, we have a similar situation where it's kind of a sideways forecast and pretty much pretty tight here. Again, with the blue being a probable maximum inflow to Powell and then a 9 million acre feet release in 2026. Precipient temp departure from normal from looks like this is, I guess this is actually December, sorry. So in December we had and this really is different from what we saw in November. I think you guys remember the big snowstorm, 22 inches down at Wolf Creek, that they opened up down there early. But this is December and not so much precip in the south, better precip in the north. Temperatures above average. So, of course, you know, the foundation of is the soil moisture. And the inset is soil moisture is modeled by the River Forecast Center in fall of 23. And then the fall of this last fall, 24, November, I think 15, is the larger map here. And I think you can see that to the north, the winds, soil moisture has decreased quite a bit. And then down south, again, in Arizona, we have poor soil moisture conditions, both coming into 2024 and now coming into 2025. And if you look in the River District area, it's kind of very similar, maybe a slight degradation from last year. And then to the south, within the state, we have pretty decent soil conditions as compared to last year in San Juan and the Gunnison. Modeled snow and then runoff forecasts and triangles here. Again, the snowpack, not so good down in the San Juan, but pretty decent, especially towards the headwaters in the Colorado Eagle and Roaring Fork, as well as the Gunnison. The snowpacks, they all look pretty similar for each of the 3 basins that I'm showing here. The Yampa White, again, slightly below median. The Colorado, little better. And then the Gunnison, again, there's that leveling off going on, slightly below median. So these are the forecasts. Again, it's very early. There's a couple of forecasts I'm showing here. January 2nd, which is a forecast I showed in the memo, and then a recent January 20th forecast. But this is kind of north to south, left to right here. Flaming Gorge, again, you know, Wyoming is fairly dry. And then the real winter here, I guess, is Fraser at Winter Park at 110% or so of average discharge at that location. And if you look down to the south here, as we move from the Blue Mesa at about 96% of average now, and then the San Juan at Bluff at about 62% of average, and then Arizona again, not really benefiting from either snowpack or soil moisture here. So I thought we might talk about a basin which is not within our area, but still of interest, right? This is a map from the 2015 Basin Tour, Lower Basin Tour, and boy, I really appreciate being able to go on the more recent Basin Tour, but this kind of gives you an idea of the lay of the land here. So we're going to talk about the Gila and the salt, and the fact that it is, the salt is a it's similar to some of the upper basin basins, sub-basins, in that it has, it has the benefit of Colorado River water, but only down at Phoenix. And but it really is a self-dependent above Phoenix. And so as such, we're going to take a look at this as and in comparison to say the Eagle River, the runoff volume is very similar above this gauge here, Salt River near Chrysolite. Again, three major basins within the Gila. The Gila to the south, and then the Salt, and then the Verde, which comes in from the north. So this is the salt within Salt Canyon, Salt River Canyon. There's plenty of activity, rafting and hiking here. And I actually floated this in 1997, and we had a guy in a 14-foot kayak. It's a fiberglass kayak, right? And he got wrapped on a rock, and it took us a couple hours to get him off. I don't think they make those kayaks anymore. Here's the salt coming through Phoenix, Tempe, and of course, some years it's not so wet through town here. Upper Salt, Snowbell plot, highly variable. Box of chocolates. This is 21, 23, and 2025. You can see in blue, we're not looking very good down there. The discharge at Chrysolite is, this doesn't look like a number of hydrographs in ours, right? It's all over the board. Again, 1997, I throw that in because that was the year that we floated it, and it was late April, I think, into May, and we had 1,000 CFS, enough to get down, but again, not enough to float this guy's big kayak, apparently.
Yeah.
Annual yield there at Chrysolite is pretty variable, probably more variable than we have up here in our, another analogous basin is the Animas. Has actually identical annual yield as the Salt River near Chrysolite. Then we're going to look at the Gila River near Dome down near Yuma. This is the USGS National Water Dashboard. It's very handy for looking at. It's got good hydrography and of course gauge information, and they also have weather radar information as well, real time. Again, here's we're looking at the Imperial Irrigation District below the Salton Sea, and then the south of the border. There's all this irrigation that was dependent upon the seepage from the All-American Canal, and then what I do is go ahead and line it. And the Mexico is not too happy there, but so here we are, highly variable, even down at Yuma. 1993 was just a bizarre year. For the most part, this is a dry riverbed. but again, very flashy. And the average yield down at Yuma is about 136,000 acre feet. So, and again, many years there's no water gets down there, or very little. So we're going to switch back here. The Colorado River at Cameo. I threw this slide in because it shows the potential that we might have here going forward. The blue is the current snowpack. And then 2023 in red and 2004 in purple. And you can see the, that the forecast is for equal chances. So this may not be representative of this year, but this just shows you what could happen given the current snowpack conditions. And this is my last slide. I'm going to hand it over to Sam, but Kim Davidson, our caretaker, emailed me this photo yesterday morning, and this is at the North Overlook. So, we should feel blessed here, right? So Sam's going to talk about the enterprise operations.
Thank you for that. So I'll talk about our operations largely last year at Wolford and Elkhead reservoirs. And a little bit about what we can expect this year, although again, we're not entirely sure what to expect at this point, it's pretty early. But this plot is the snowpack essentially in the basin that drains into Wolford Mountain Reservoir. So this is snow in terms of snow water equivalent. The dark blue line is 2025 to date. You can see we're right about the median. But you can also see 2021 and 2022, the pink and brown lines had pretty widely divergent snowpacks in January and ended up in sort of opposite places at the peak. So 2022 had a great wet January, big storm early in January, ended up below the peak. Conversely, 2021 was pretty dry in January, ended up just above the median peak. So again, hard to kind of look at past years and say where we're going to end up. But with equal chances, like Don said, for above or below average temperatures and precipitation, best we can do is expect something around the median and operate conservatively to ensure. So getting to Wolford Reservoir operations from last year. So I guess from the previous plot, we ended up with a peak in that green plot of about 118% of median snowpack. That translated into, it was about 104% of average runoff. So again, that disparity largely comes from that somewhat dry, those somewhat dry soil conditions going into the water year. And again, this year, we're also looking at similar, if not slightly worse, soil conditions coming into the water. So again, we'll probably see a similar disparity between the peak snowpack this year and the runoff that we get. As for operations though, so we spilled May 20th, still had no problem spilling 104%. It's still a good year at Wolford. We participated in coordinated reservoir operations, which is a voluntary program where the major reservoirs in the headwaters release water to augment peak flows in the 15-mile reach for the benefit of the endangered fish. So we had plenty of water. We were able to participate across last year with about 5,000 acre feet released. We also participated in the Shoshone outage protocol, making releases for much of the year up until August 8th when the power plant returned to full capacity. That was about 164 days following a year, 2023, where we released first shop for about 126 days. So both 2 years that show us why permanency is really important. Beyond cross and then ongoing shop, we also released our usual 6,000 acre feet for the endangered fish of the 15-mile reach from their permanent pool in Wolford. And then we also operated an exchange this year of 500 acre feet, which we exchanged to Grizzly Reservoir in the upper Roaring Fork Basin. And so that's water that was prompted by maintenance work at that reservoir, and that'll be available for exchange back into Wolford, as bypasses to the west slope over the next 3 years. So we've got that 500 acre feet stored up for west slope use in the next 3 years. And then we ended the reservoir year at about 8 feet down from full, which is about 83% of capacity. So we're sitting in a good spot for filling this year. Moving on to the Yampa and getting into Elkhead reservoir operations. 2024, we had about 112% of median peak in April. So another good water year for the Yampa. But again, going into 2025, you can see we're right around the median, that dotted line. But again, showing some examples from previous years where we had almost identical snowpack to what we have currently, can result in very wide disparities at the peak. So it's still, again, early to say what to expect. So we'll be operating somewhat conservatively. Although Elkhead, we really have never had a problem filling and to get plenty of water. So we're really not too worried, but we'll be keeping an eye on the snowpack as it evolves. And getting into last year's operations, a bit simpler than Wolford, but we did delay spill a bit by making large releases during runoff. That's largely to protect downstream property owners, property damage from flooding, and also from disrupting livestock. There are a lot of owners run cattle down below Elkhead, so we're trying to not disrupt them too much, keep their operations going smoothly. So we like to try to reduce the peaks that we release below the dam. So we did end up spilling on May 16th. Again, no problem spilling there. It's a good water year. And even if it wasn't, we probably wouldn't have an issue spilling. And then our first real releases were for the endangered fish. Again, it's the 5,000 acre foot permanent pool in Elkhead that we released to 15 mile, or excuse me, to the critical habitat on Yampa. And we also, it's notable that we just in December, I think, finalized an agreement with the Colorado Water Trust for a 2,000 acre foot lease option. That'll begin this year, and for the next 3 years, it'll be available to them if flows are such that they want to use flows for the endangered fish in the critical habitat. Beyond that, we ended the reservoir year about 10 feet down from full, about 75% of capacity. So again, no problem filling this year. We'll see what the snowpack brings, but shouldn't be a problem filling in Elkhead. So we have.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Anybody with questions? Very thorough presentation, so definitely appreciate it. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't get in a 14-foot long fiberglass kayak. I would. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Next item, I'm gonna handle, in DK's absence, the USGS data collection joint funding agreement. I think as board members will recall, and maybe we mentioned yesterday during our workshop, we are the largest partner of the USGS in the state of Colorado, ongoing in terms of their gauge measurements and both on water quality and water quantity efforts. This year, pursuant with the budget that was approved in October, we believe we're looking at a net expenditure by the district of approximately $620,000. Our contract with the USGS, the joint funding agreement, is actually $780,000, but we have lined up partner contributions of approximately $160,000. So that's why the net is only 620. At 620,000, I want to point out that it's probably our second biggest external expenditure after CFP, and it is an ongoing project and program that really is aimed at studying historic data trends in both water quantity and water quality. We think it's a very important effort. It is a little bit frustrating, not just for us, but for the USGS personnel, that the budget for the USGS hasn't grown in, at all, a decade or more. And so as costs rise, as they are rising with everything else, their ability to contribute to this partnership has not risen. And it does not seem to be a priority of anybody as far as we can tell in Washington to boost their budget, no matter what party they're in or which party's in control. It really is critical information for this district and our water users to have an accurate record of water quality and water quantity in the streams throughout time, because that's how we can better understand the trends that impact our water users. You know, granted, it's getting harder to use the past to predict the future just because of the wild swings in weather that we're getting. But climate over time and the trends that are there are something that are very useful if our policymakers are willing to look at that and understand it. And so without that data, we definitely can't expect good policy. With the data, we can hope that we'll have good policies. But I would say, you know, with something that the district has long endorsed, I can tell you back in 2006, when I got on the board, I was shocked by the amount we were spending in 2006 on the USGS, and it took a while for me to understand it. That back then, it was somewhere right around 500,000. So we have increased it in the last 20 years or 19 years to about $620,000. That may be keeping pace with inflation, but not a lot more. I think it's an expenditure worth money, or worth the money. We'll say that the USGS staff is incredibly appreciative of our ability to contribute. It makes their job something that they can actually do and produce a constant record. It is an impressive effort. So without getting too much into the details, we are asking for an action from the board. Happy to have discussion, but the action we're asking for is to delegate authority to myself to enter into a new annual joint funding agreement with USGS, subject to review and approval by legal counsel, in a gross obligation amount not to exceed $780,000, engage in cooperative water quality and water quantity measuring for activities in calendar year 2025, consistent with the adopted 2025 budget. We're also asking that this delegated authority include my ability to enter into contracts with cooperating partners for reimbursements of up to that $160,000. We will continue our efforts in trying to get our cooperating partners to increase their contributions, but it's hard for counties and other water conservancy districts. It's hard for all of us to figure out where this really comes from. So we will continue to try to do that. But I would open it up to your comments. Yes, comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all
You
right.
kind of got to give me the option.
There we go. Andy, do you have a chart showing who the cooperating partners are and what they contribute?
You know, I don't have that. I can get that and get that out to the board. You know, we do know that it's a good question coming from our Eagle County director. The largest, about 3/4 of that cooperating funds come from our Eagle River partners. So that's Eagle River Water and Seed and a few others there.
Right.
So.
And I know that it's not something we talk about very much. And a few years ago, DK came and said, we always get this money, but it's not very formal, and we formalized it a bit. But I think, I think maybe as you make the rounds to the counties to talk about this and say, we need an increase, because it's really valuable information for us and for us looking at potential Trans Mountain diversions, to have that really good data by an outside source supports additional investment, I could say.
Great. I agree completely. And we will get a chart out to you where our contributions come from. And I think it's a great suggestion to maybe bring that to the forefront when we're meeting with our partners.
Yeah.
And certainly meeting with the BOCCs, it could be helpful.
Right.
So
Yeah, I think the River District has done a really good job in terms of balancing the needs for this type of data throughout our 15 counties and stuff. And I know that through the regular review processes, we look at where we think maybe there are sites that we can take off the list that we're not seeing any changes and stuff when we go back and look at them later. So I really appreciate the work that's being done to try to keep costs as low as possible while still playing to the needs of the district. So, I think the fact that it has only grown by that much, even with the USGS not being able to contribute more funding, you guys are doing a good job of managing it. So I'm supportive.
Thank you.
So I was confused. I thought you said the USGS has not been increasing their funding.
They have not.
So I think that's our biggest opportunity. We need, excuse me, we need to start lobbying our friends at the federal government to start paying their fair share. I mean, I assume that there's value in that data for them as well. And again, I know from my years on the Upper Yampa board, we spend a ton of money on this thing too, in our own little scheme. So I mean, yeah, it's great, and it's great that it's a federal source and that we're doing all that stuff, but boy, pretty soon you have to wonder, well, hell, maybe we ought to be doing this stuff ourselves, $780,000, so, and I mean, I assume the program that's then, I don't know what the whole program is, probably close to $1 million.
It's over, well
It's over that.
And,
Anyhow.
and I would say, Director Munger, we won't start lobbying, we will continue to lobby.
There you go.
Maybe
I figured so.
Maybe we should get our Director of Government Affairs to more effectively lobby. Because I think
There you go. Thank you.
It
It is a priority of the Water Congress Federal Affairs Committee and NWRA, which we're active in as well.
Corey, Carrie?
Yeah, I would like to see that list, and I'd also like to understand, I know I talked to DK years ago about this when we were working on the North Fork project, about how those funds can help keep certain gauges running and how they complement the specific projects that the River District is invested in. Like the North Fork project, there were some gauges that the USGS said, we just can't continue to monitor this data, and we're looking for all sorts of funding. It'd be really great to have, but also it gets really expensive. And I don't want to see it coming, us funding it, especially when there's irrigation districts or counties that are the beneficiary of that data. We shouldn't be carrying that financial burden. But so if we can hone in on where those funds are going, what who's benefiting, maybe that's our good way to backfill some of that.
And we can certainly do that. As you know, irrigation districts don't generally tend to have massive budgets to contribute. That's some of the issues that we face, and I'm happy to continue to work on that. I appreciate the guidance here, getting both our partners and the gauges we fund, and who it benefits. We'll focus on that and see if we can't be a little more effective at generating some partner revenue on that. Happy to do that.
Sonia, did you have?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Come on.
I think you're ready for a motion, are you not? So
Yes,
I would
we are.
move staff recommendation.
Okay.
Set.
Motion by Monger, second by Chavez.
Discussion.
Is there any discussion before I call for a vote? No discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passed.
Great. And that, Cal Flinker, your water resources engineer. Cal is going to talk to us about a project that has been around a long time, the Lower Gunnison project. So we are moving forward, and with Raquel's steadfast efforts, it is actually gaining some traction.
Hopefully it continues to. So the supplemental Lower Gunnison project builds on the original Lower Gunnison project that was a multi-year cooperatively funded initiative to increase agriculture, water efficiency, as well as reduce loads of salt and selenium to the Gunnison Basin. And here's a map of the Lower Gunnison, and you can see Delta over here, and Montrose over here. The supplemental Lower Gunnison project focuses on 2 of these basins. It focuses on the North Fork and the Crawford area. So here's a zoom in to the North Fork basin where the Fire Mountain Canal is located. The Fire Mountain Canal is almost 35 miles long. It was expanded in the 60s as part of the Paonia project. The Paonia Reservoir supplies supplemental water for irrigation. It diverts 175 CFS from the North Fork and irrigates around 15,000 acres in the Paonia and Hotchkiss area. And here is a zoom into the Crawford area. And the Crawford Water Conservancy District operates the Smith Fork project and provides water for approximately a little under 10,000 acres. It includes Crawford Reservoir and 2 canals, but it supplies water for 6 private ditches as well in the area. So what's the scope of this supplemental project? For the Fire Mountain Canal, there are 3 pieces to it. There's the regulating reservoir that is, there's a range of how big it could be, but around 50 acre feet. And you can see the benefits linked to each of these pieces of the project. There's also a canal piping piece, 13,000 feet of piping, as well as SCADA to improve measurement and control of the head gates, as well as to give feedback on how much is being diverted and what the flows are. The Crawford Water Conservancy District component is measurement and control only in multiple locations. So, and there's water savings to all of these and salt and selenium reduction for the piping part. So this is the project costs. And a lot of the work that has been going on in this project is to secure NRCS watershed protection and flood prevention funding, PL 566, and there's a process to secure this funding. And this project heavily relies on this funding source because it is a great funding source for this type of project. It covers 100% of planning, design, and engineering costs, and it can cover up to 75% of construction costs. So this is the table from the watershed plan environmental assessment that was finalized. The total project costs are over $13 million. Over 10 million would come from the NRCS PL 566 bucket, and then around 3 million would come from the sponsor who, in our case, and this is, I want to emphasize, we are the sponsor, the River District is the sponsor in this case, but the responsibility is of the project entities, so Fire Mountain Canal and Crawford, to figure out how they're going to pay for this $3 million. There's no commitment from the River District, at least not at this point. This is the last slide, just a tentative timeline. We have finished the watershed plan and environmental assessment as the end of last year. It took a long time. It took 5 years to complete this step, which was not what was anticipated when this started in 2019. And there are multiple reasons for that, including, contradiction but within the NRCS between their multiple sections. Also, COVID didn't benefit this project. There was change in scope of the project as well. But we're happy that we have a finding of no significant impact as of the end of last year. We have a signed watershed agreement. And so now we're moving into figuring out an agreement with the landowner, because there's the best alternative for the regulating reservoir is private land. And we are also hoping to very soon have authorization from the NRCS to move forward with design, because that's a separate authority that needs to be given. So hopefully in March, we can start moving into design and additional NEPA with the Bureau of Reclamation. And that's probably gonna take a year, and after that, we'll move into construction. So that's where we're at, and I'm happy to take any questions. Yes, Cecilia.
So Raquel, on this project, the reclamation is gonna be, the applicants are gonna go to reclamation for funding, I assume, and there'll be that distinction between which is funded by NRCS and which portion is Bureau Reclamation.
That is,
Bureau as a partner potential.
we're talking about that, and we've already had a conversation with the Bureau where they said that that would work fine, just like it works for the original Lower Gunnison project. We would have to define the boundaries very well, and that has not been done yet. But it's an option, yes.
And then I was gonna also, you know, I know even in the first round, working with the NRCS, there were a lot of challenges and stuff. Are we continuing to talk to Clint Evans and those folks? Cause I know there's a lot of encouragement for the Upper Gunnison to enter into one of these agreements and use these funds. And having been through this the first time, I still have a lot of concerns. They claim that a lot of these things have been worked out and things are going a lot more smoothly. I'm interested in your perspective a little bit more on some of those issues that came up and the delays.
So I think one of the biggest challenges we faced was the state of Colorado, the NRCS, reviews the draft environmental assessment watershed plan, provide comments, those are addressed. Then it goes to their water science center in Arkansas, and they provide comments, and then it goes to DC. And the feedback between the three, they're not consistent, and sometimes they contradict each other, and that has been a challenge. But we were able to work with NRCS when it came back from Arkansas and there were comments that didn't make sense. They did issue some waivers, and the Colorado NRCS worked with us so that we weren't more overburdened, I would say. But it was a challenge, and I think Zane and I have talked about it a lot, and we contact Clint. Sometimes, you know, we message him, and he has been really helpful because, and it was good that he had a detail in DC at some point, and so he has a lot of contacts there that have helped us as well. Yeah.
I mean, Sonia, my impression, although I'm not dealing with it on a day-to-day basis like Raquel, is that it has gotten better since you were last involved. It is still not fixed. And it really has to do with their multi-jurisdictional business center in Arkansas and holding things up and weighing in on opinions that are, it appears out of their scope of knowledge and expertise, but yet they complicate things over and over again. We have worked very closely with Senator Bennett's office and others to try to pressure NRCS into cleaning that up. You know, it's not fixed. It's better. We are working with other partners who are doing some of the same type of work throughout the basin, farmers conservation, for instance, to try to really push. And through the Family Farm Alliance, I've worked with that group to try to really get some progress made with NRCS on this, because this is important everywhere in the West in terms of trying to get those dollars actually on the ground and expended. So while I think it's getting better, our push is not done yet.
Well, yeah, a 5-year timeline to get what was
Yeah.
supposed to be a 9-month supplemental process is just shocking.
It's shocking and it's amazing because the process was so convoluted. Correct me if I'm wrong, Raquel, we did get funding from the NRCS because to go through their process.
Right.
Which again is, if one is interested in government efficiency, this is not it. So, you know, that's.
And I appreciate your hard work and sticking with it because I think these projects are really important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Scott has some say.
Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Harry mentions burden sharing. Your response as well, which companies are pretty poor essentially. And well, you talked about a $3 million gap. You're the sponsor, but you said we're not on the line for this commitment. Yeah. So maybe you could explain to me what the future looks like and something in the land in our lap. Speaking specifically of the $3 million or portion thereof.
So one clarification is, that $3 million is basically a piece of the construction costs. The NRCS funds all of design and engineering, which is the next step. And throughout that process is when the project participants, I'll call them, they have to figure out a funding strategy on how to enable construction. So when we, before going into construction, similarly to the original Lower Gunnison project, we had agreements, contracts with the participating projects, officially passing the funding responsibility to them as well. So we are going to do that again because we see that as their responsibility. And so just reiterating, the next, as part of the design or kind of parallel to the design and engineering phase, the funding strategy will be defined by the participating projects.
What are the expectations? The river gets. Be the backstop to this, I'm still not clear.
No, so there are other funding sources, right? They could go to the CWCB for water plan grants. That's, you know, a good,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do they understand? They know
Yes.
now they've got an obligation coming
They
down
do.
on their radar?
they do, they do.
Okay, and at that point, at this point, expectations are we're not backstop.
That is correct. And I'm not gonna say that, you know, CFP could be a piece of this strategy. It could be, but that would come back for the board to make a decision on it, depending on what other funding sources are available to cover this $3 million. But the expectation has been clear with our project participants that it is their responsibility to figure out this funding. It's not the River District's responsibility.
Thank you.
Jerry?
A couple clarifying questions about the funding. Funding the $10 million in NRCS, that's the watershed funds.
Correct.
And the goals of the watershed fund, are they different from what the RCPP dollars goals were?
Yes, so I'll tell you what my understanding is and hopefully I'll capture it all, but the original Lower Gunnison project was funded through our CPP. Back in that day, our CPP didn't have, it was a different program than it is nowadays. Nowadays, it's a standalone. Back then, it wasn't as standalone in terms of funding. So back then, it was funded partially with PL 566 watershed dollars and partially with EQIP dollars. This supplemental is all PL 566
So flood and watershed
protection, yeah.
So the reason I asked that is I've been in some way or another working on, I worked on that project from 2011 until 2020-ish. And the goal of the project back then was very much to do something that EQIP dollars and $0 wouldn't do, which was watershed protection. And I'm a little shocked that it's only 1,050 CFS or acre feet of savings.
Mhm.
That's only 2% of the total use of the Fire Mountain Canal's total annual diversions. It just seems like it's small. And I'm wondering if there's, you know, if other people come in to fund that project, other funders, there might be other requirements to change operations in some way. And if the Fire Mountain Ditch Company or the North Fork Conservancy District is going to be amenable to that, because there's potential there for operations that change the duration and the timing of the call. You know, when they short the river and start to go into storage, that could benefit the entire system. And I just wonder if you've had any of those conversations with like what future operations might look like after this massive improvement, both on Crawford and the Fire Mountain. If you've talked to the project proponents about changing
We
operations?
haven't had a conversation about changing operations, at least not recently. It, I think it's a good conversation to have to understand. I'm not sure what the appetite is for doing that with the project participants, but I think with if there are environmental partners in some of the funding, I think that's definitely an important conversation to have. But it has not happened yet.
Cal, how much do they charge for water at Fire Mountain Canal?
I have that answer. I will not remember off the top of my head. I think it is around $8 an acre foot. But I can connect
Okay,
after.
it was just a thought, because comparatively in the Uncompahgre Valley and in the Gunnison Valley, it seems awful cheap.
We can connect. My recollection is Fire Mountain Canal charges a bit more for water than in the Uncompahgre system. But I have those.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think the re-regulating reservoir and stuff up there will lead to additional efficiencies on that system. So I think in terms of, I think as you add these different components to the entire system, it starts to benefit, and you get that multi-benefit by continuing down the line or working up and down that system. So I think this was an important piece of that entire plan we were going through. When we started looking at doing this supplement 5 years ago, so I think finally getting this done, I think is going to really lead to some efficiency in their operations too.
And on that note, the regulating reservoir, part of the reason why it's located where it is that downstream of it, there was a big piping piece of the Fire Mountain Canal. And there isn't real stable flows within that piped piece, and the regulating reservoir will help all of that downstream.
Just quickly to clarify, so our obligation is your staff time, that's coming out of our budget. They're not reimbursing us. They're gonna come up with the $3 million. And I know it, you were working on this, Director Chavez, forever and ever, and I'm very supportive of the whole project. And I hope there's the drive on their part to continue to fruition as well, so I hope so.
I think, Director Monger, that water users are very interested in getting it done. The delays in the NRCS process have for years created disincentives for water users to continue to have any kind of passion for this work. And so it is really hard, given the bureaucratic complexities that are faced. And I think we'll continue to work with the project participants. We'll continue to help them figure out their funding sources. I do want to just be upfront. It is likely that the CFP will have some request made to it.
That's what it's for.
We are often very clear, and we are always very clear about what our percentage is of any project. And so and it would not be, in my mind, inconsistent with the policies and goals and outlines of our CFP project for us to participate to some minor extent. And Director McGinnis, I just don't want you to be surprised when we come back, when we have a request from them.
No, Scott.
Thank you. My point bringing it up is that at this stage of the project, I think we have to continually reinforce the expectations of burden sharing and not let them think that this is an open checkbook bank over here at the district with our funding. That's the purpose of this discussion.
I agree completely, and I don't believe anybody on staff has ever, the water users, more the impression that.
I'm not insinuating this, but somehow as comes down, pops onto our desk.
So,
I'll shut up after this, but this project, and Mark, you know this from the beginning, like we started trying to raise fund and working in the salinity control program years ago. And these water users have gotten on board. They're starting to put in their own applications to the Bureau of Reclamation and WaterSmart. They've really grown within the program, gotten comfortable with writing these grants and seeking the funding and stuff. And it is because of what we are doing and the support for the Lower Gunnison project that we've been able to delist that segment of the 15-mile reach. And we've done salinity and selenium control, and it really is a big success of the River District, and we worked really hard on it. And we delisted that section 10, 12 years earlier than we thought we were going to. And so I think these organizations and those water conservancy districts are maturing, and they know they have to go after funds and we're figuring out how to do it. I love that, and I think that that's a success.
Barry? Here you had your.
Yeah, I'll shut up after this too. And I agree with Sonia, they made great strides in the water quality control, but I think there's something more that we should be asking, and Raquel's time and effort is not nothing. You guys have been putting a ton of time and effort into this. That's a huge lift for the basin, and it's a lot of federal, state dollars that have been poured into the system. I just think, as Director McGinnis said, we should be asking what we're getting out of this and following through with what the potential benefits are of this project, not just water quality. I mean, the river's still dry in Hotchkiss, and there's 100 CFS out the zero gauge regularly. So that's coming out of largely that system. There's tweaks that can be made that improve that whole system. So that's a big investment. We should be asking for those things.
Ben, brings you a question.
Thank you. One, I've always been intrigued by this. I really have. I think it's really cool. Just because it's science and the environmental impact is measurable and the benefit for the humans is right there. But the one piece that I was always curious about is what did this do to the groundwater that's underneath there? That the flood irrigation once supplied. I mean, I understand the selenium and how that's all interconnected, but that's a source that's no longer there. Is it there? Those are things I don't ever hear about, is that groundwater portion. And I know we recently did some work on the White River to where we looked at, efficiencies that we could do, but if we save 10%, that means we got to put 20% more water away. So, because we want to do some selenium stuff too, we've been progressing with a PL 566 program, but we're afraid of the unintended consequences. Has that ever been measured by anybody on to that level?
So the original Lower Gunnison project had, because I think what you're saying is not only the impacts from piping, but impacts from going from flood to
Yes.
sprinkler, right?
Thank you for helping me with that, yeah.
The supplemental Lower Gunnison project has no on-farm component. There's no component of this that is flood irrigation to sprinkler. There's just piping. The original Lower Gunnison project did have that. I do not think there was an investigation of impacts to groundwater from that. Director Dennison, you might know that, but I don't think there was. I think there was an investigation, at least before the project, to make sure there weren't unintended consequences to downstream users.
Okay.
My understanding is that there wasn't, and that's why the project moved forward.
That's why we watch closely what you're doing, because we've understand the geology for the White River Basin is directly interconnected directly through the geology. When that big bang event and erupted and pushed everything up, we got the same dirt. And those are things that we're kind of like, if we do this, what are we gonna get there? So, thank you.
I can speak to that a little bit just because of my familiarity with the system. These are high mesas, they're making shale and volcanic material, but there's no downstream water user who's relying on return flows or a historic return flow pattern. And largely, we're seeing more water coming out of the system now than before these improvements were made. And it's maybe that shift is, it's not as deep in the system, but it's still coming off of what's Rogers Mesa, which sits way above the river, and that water is coming into the river around 75, 80 degrees.
Okay.
And so the trout fishery in that section of river is now, it's pretty much gone.
Okay.
But there isn't a downstream user who's sitting there going, oh man, this has changed because there aren't any.
That ties into what you and I were discussing last night. All right, great.
So are we about to wrap this up? We need to move on.
Yep.
Thanks, Raquel.
Thank you very much, Raquel. That was very helpful. We have a couple more items under the general manager's report. I'll try to get through them quickly just to make sure that we get to director's concerns and updates. The next item is a proposed restructuring of our management team. Currently, the senior management team is myself and Peter, your two direct employees, and Audrey Turner, our chief of operations. Would like to build a little bit more redundancy into that management team and create a position that right now I'm calling the chief of strategy, but we're working through titles and appropriateness. That position is not an additional staff member. It would be a restructuring, moving one of our director level staff up into the senior management level. And I can show you, maybe, thought I had the ability to share my screen. Oh, there it is. Just real quickly to demonstrate this, I want to this is basically the way this structure is laid out. We have you, the board, overseeing myself, the general manager, and the general counsel. Simplified, or I should say Audrey simplified our flow chart or our org chart just to group the staff members. General counsel oversees legal staff. This will not have any impact on them. It's really the general manager would we would add this position, the chief of strategy, that will oversee our communications and public relations team, as well as our CFP team. Currently, the chief of operations directly oversees the administrative and finance and technical team. You'll note that we would still have the government relations, director of government relations, working directly with me. This isn't an attempt to stratify the management, more so, in my mind, create some redundancy. Should something happen to me or Audrey, we would have some additional senior leadership informed on our decision-making. This is not an action that technically under your policies you need to take action on, but I wanted to talk to you about it. It's a change in the management structure. It may have budgetary impacts that are larger than our contingency and our salary. And so if there's no objection to my proposal here, we'll go out and survey that new position, understand what that pay range would be. If it comes back that we don't fit within the approved contingency budget, we'll come back for action from this board, either at one of our interim meetings during the legislative session or at the April meeting. I just, before moving forward with this, wanted to advise the board that this is what we're thinking, what I'm thinking about, and get your guidance or feedback on that. And if there's any visceral objections, I'd love to know them ahead of time. So that's my thought.
Scott?
So what's the position you're vacating to move?
It will be one of our director positions. Let me just say, state law, or this would be an internal hire. State law requires us to open internal hires up to all staff. Okay, so
Are you sure you're done?
I am,
State law? I mean,
that
like
is state law. It is 100% applicable to this district and we cannot change it. And so
They can't, just for your information, at the counties and some others, they all assumed that. And then, not too long ago, they figured out, you know what? We're not necessarily required to do that, so I just was asking about that.
our legal counsel informs me that we are obligated to follow state law.
So anyway,
So there will be some member of the director team who will no longer fill their director position, and that position will remain vacant.
then what do we do with that person if they don't qualify? They still stay, or that position's being eliminated?
Position will not be filled.
Well, the position's being eliminated, this.
There won't be a-
Judging it this way. And then I didn't look at the bylaws before I came in here, but as all my colleagues know, the way I read them last time, again, I'd have to refresh my memory here, but the buck primarily stops at your desk before it comes to the board. That's not what this chart reflects. As you know, I've always felt that the general counsel should be underneath the general manager, and the general manager should be going up there. So do our bylaws require this structure, or do our bylaws?
Our bylaws do require the structure. Both general counsel and general manager report directly to the board and are hired by pursuant to our bylaws.
Thank you.
Longer?
So, Andy, I don't have a problem with this, and I don't think it's our job, I mean, to micromanage you.
Yep.
And to micromanage how you get the job done. I think through our strategic plan through the last, when we did it in October and when we're doing it again yesterday, giving you some direction on how and what we want to, and on what we want to get done, how you do get that done. And again, fits within our budget scheme and I'm very cognizant of the promise we made to the public on 7A, that, you know, we weren't gonna blow up the staff and fund a whole bunch of kingdom here for the River District, and that we were gonna continue to be responsible partners and put money out into the communities. And so I don't have a problem, and I do think your objectives that you're trying to achieve, you know, hell, if you get hit by a train, that wouldn't be very good for any of us as well. And you get run over going to Denver anymore, you know, Floyd Hill, you could
We could
die.
go through a whole list of
Floyd
stuff.
Hill.
He's thought about this.
No, I know, but anyhow, I'm supportive of this, and I do disagree. I think we still need to employ the legal counsel, and so they need to be working for us. So, and that just works, and that's.
I would say that, and from my perspective, the balance between having both general manager and general counsel report to the board is an appropriate balance, and it really works well from my perspective, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in with support as well. I think it's really a wise move for succession planning. And as Director Monger said, our strategic plan looks at the River District being even more visible, even more involved in big river issues. And I think this will allow us to take that step. It's a great plan.
Let me, Sonia,
No, and Andy, I think, you know, we ask a lot of you, and I've seen how much and how busy you are, and I think looking at the next 5 years and the things happening in the Colorado River Basin is gonna require a lot more of your attention to having someone there to help assist carry out and help to run the district, I think is important, so I'm supportive.
Scott.
I just wanted to quickly clarify my remarks about going out. We have such quality people here. We did at the county and other places. Just seems to me like a waste of resources and so on, that we have to go out and do this nationally, everybody. So that was my only point there. Number two, Doug, I appreciate that we made a commitment to the voters, but we didn't make a commitment to lock it at 28 or 27.
We're 25.
Or 25. And in fact, with the missions, and we just spent a whole day or a half a day yesterday talking about our war and what we need and so on. And I mean, I envision in the future, we're gonna have to significantly, not inappropriately, or in a wasteful sense, but I just want to make sure we don't lock ourselves at 25. We're gonna need to have capability, just like Sonia said, that considering the time we've got with Shoshone and the litigation requirements, I'm amazed we don't have more people on our legal staff, to be honest about it. But
I agree,
I'm
and
gonna lock down at 20.
I do just want to be clear for the board. This is proposed to be an internal hire. We will not advertise outside. This is a strictly internal change. So that's why we're not going outside. And we're not required to by law, but we are, if we have an internal position that opens up and we advertise internally, state law, which passed 2 years ago, requires us to make sure that we post the salary range and advertise it internally.
Yeah, I knew that part of it, and internal.
We do not have to post it externally, and nor do we intend to do that.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Anybody else have any comments? No action needed.
All right, I really appreciate the direction, comments. It helps. If I can, you'll find in the packet under 12G, my general manager's goals and objectives. I believe that they are consistent with the board's direction to me. I welcome discussion right now or individual discussion later. As I say in the memo that comes along with the goals, if I listed everything I did, it would look a whole lot longer. But picking a few goals and making sure that I stay on top of them is important. The only way I can achieve these goals, by the way, is through the work of our entire staff. So this is not a list of goals that I am personally doing all the work on. It's really has to do with providing leadership and direction for our staff. So it is something I take seriously. I look back at these goals throughout the year. For me, they're helpful just to make sure I'm staying on track. So if there are any comments now, great. If not, and you want to chat with me privately, I'm happy to do that too. And then as I mentioned previously, service anniversary will be postponed to another time. And we're on to directors' updates and concerns. President Callen.
I don't have any. It's early in the year. Well, in the Padre Valley, everybody's looking and watching to see what the weather's gonna do. Really not enough. It looks like we'd probably be a normal year. But you know, if you're like my dad, he said he farmed 70 years, didn't have a normal year yet. I think that's kind of true. So you with that, Mr. Richard?
Grand County updates, snowpack, I know we've just had an update on, but I think our big concern is you're looking at 90 to 100% up on the Snowtail sites. You get a pretty good feel about that, but when you look at mid-mountain and valley floor, we are definitely way behind. Going into the fall, the soil moisture, I think being low, there is some concerns already looking at that. We'll see what happens. We still got 3 wet months ahead of us, so I think we feel pretty good about that. I do have to bring up the dam and weather and stuff like that. We were, as you saw from a slide earlier, 37 below there at the dam. Get a call that there's hairline cracks on the top, on the road part and stuff. Well, today it's 11 degrees above. So 40-degree temperature change. I don't know how these guys manage with the dams and stuff. That's a big challenge right there on that. Certainly got to thank the river district for all the work we've done on that. That's our biggest concerns up there, updates.
Just to be clear that during these deep freezes up in Grand County and the Kremlin area, we have seen very small cracks, 1/4 inch with develop. They are a very seasonal, very temperature dependent trend. They were concerning. They started showing up or started being noticed after we added a couple feet to the dam height up there. And the new road base had more moisture in it, we believe, and it started showing these cracks. It's not unusual. The road actually cracks off the dam as well on the sides. But it is something that we look at, and just so everybody knows, we have a team members physically inspecting the dam for movement and cracks every single day. And we have more monitoring devices in that dam than any other dam in Colorado. So we get real-time monitoring. We're paying attention. It is very clear to our staff and our experts that those hairline cracks that are showing up are not a result of any deformation or movement of the dam. But nonetheless, we look at them and we log them.
Sonia, would you like to make your report?
Sure. In December, we had a drought planning workshop with our agricultural producers and met with them after their annual stock growers meeting. It was really successful. I had a lot of really great input on what the district could do to help support our producers better. Talked about different tools that they use for determining whether they're in a drought, talked about operations, talked about education and outreach. So got some really good feedback there. It's been really cold in Tennyson, since Thanksgiving and that first snow that we got, it's just been prolonged cold and a little bit of a warm up, but really, really cold out there. So it's kind of an unusual year. Our snowpack is doing great. I mean, we're above average, but if you look at the soil moisture, same kind of picture. For this time of year, I think we're typically supposed to be at, I believe it was above 50%. And right now, I think it was logging at 32%. So a little concerned going into that new year. What it's gonna look like, what the impact will be on stream flow. Some other concerns are, it seems like when all of the IIJ funding and IRA funding and stuff coming out, that a lot of the engineers and contractors got really busy on that kind of stuff. And so now it seems like a lot of our district grant program projects and stuff like that are we're having to do extensions on them because people are having a harder time finding engineers or finding people available to do construction. That'll probably even out, in the next few years, but that has become a bit of a challenge for us. The district also completed the first part of our agricultural irrigation return flow study, and that first part was mass balance, looking at the East River Basin from East River at Perseverance South or Cement Creek all the way down to Almont, and that's the portion that we're doing the studying on. Interestingly, it found 2 distinct hydrologic periods, activities happening on it. So the first 12 years, I think we had like almost 50 years of data, but in this section, they had the first 12 years showing that the diversions were actually depleting the stream system and the groundwater supply. But there's an inflection point at which it shows stream flow actually going to this positive, like the groundwater must have come up maybe, and then it's contributing flow to the system. And so it's kind of leads to that question about, the benefits of flood irrigation to groundwater within the basin and what's happening there. So we'll continue with that study, but I'm happy to share that open file report, Andy. And the district specifically requested that because we wanted to be able to share the data as soon as it came out. And so if that's helpful to your negotiations or in your messaging, we hope that's helpful. And then just we've completed the harmful algal bloom study. There are the final journal articles which are undergoing review. And so I think we'll be ready to present the results of that. And one of our commitments was to come back to the River Districts Board and give a presentation if they would like. And so just want to leave that out there. And I think they'll be ready starting in April. That's it.
Mr. McGinnis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, not much report other than, number one, on a quarterly basis, Andy and Peter and team come down to in-person brief our ditch companies. We have great attendance. Those meetings are intense. They go for about 2 hours, not intense as far as adversarial, not at all, but as far as information. Huge benefits. So big thank you again for that effort to Mesa County. And also in our packets, you saw the letter from Grand Valley Water Canal down there. And it's a good reflection of the problems that these conservation programs create with a ditch company like that. It needs to push water out. It's created a lot of controversy down there. The ditch company. And in addition, they were notified that the overall ditch right that the Grand Valley has was going to be reduced by the amount of a few farmers in there that decided to go into the conservation program. Now, I think they maybe resolved it because I understand there's no applications pending right now. Anyway, that's a good thing for you. And then I couldn't help but chuckle, Mike, when you talked about the crack in the road. So where the East Orchard pumping station is, then it gets up steep to go up the Talbot. And we dedicated that. That's been a real mess up there. That's a steep hill. So first became a commission. We had a big dedication. We had like 150 people there. Somebody came up and said, there's a crack in the road. We said, no, well, the person, so no, that's Well, I think it's widened since we got here. Had to shut it down for like another year, another 3. That thing was moving while we were doing the dedication. So if you see a little crack in the road, it kind of amazing while you're standing on it. Anyway, it was a fun story. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things. We've been running a beaver inventory with the United States Forest Service for the last couple of years. Clay from, no, not the extension. I think he's from Forest Service has been doing inventories of our high water beaver populations, and it's a really popular program with the commissioners and with all of our residents. And we were just awarded $1.8 million for drought, hot upper basin environmental drought mitigation in Thompson Creek, 4 Mile Creek, and the Frying Pan area. And that was in part because of our work with documenting the views. That was really exciting. We continue to work on strategies for wild and scenic designation for the Crystal River. That's the whole Crystal Valley in Garfield and Picton, as well as augmentation plans for the Crystal River. And then I wanted to take an opportunity to thank the River District again for their help in fixing the blowout on the East Mesa Ditch. The East Mesa Ditch is mostly in Pitkin County, and it is the largest provider of water for agricultural production in our valley. And we had a huge blowout from a sinkhole, and the River District helped the county and helped the landowner, the ditch owners repair that. That was really great. Something else we're looking at, our Open Space and Trails Board has done a study on trying to get more people on their bikes and out of their cars. I don't know if you guys realize, but our traffic problems in the Upper Valley are insane. It takes sometimes 2 hours to get to Aspen from Carbondale. It's 35 miles. It's really ridiculous. So anyway, one of their plans involves putting a bike trail from an outer parking lot called Brush Creek Park and Ride all the way into Aspen for bikes. And this is an area where actually I'm in pretty strong disagreement with Open Space and Trails because it involves 2 bridges across the Roaring Fork Gorge. And if any of you have seen the Roaring Fork Gorge, it's really the only wild stretch on the Roaring Fork that doesn't have a highway next to it. So it's been put to the public, and I don't know where it's going to go. But honestly, we are pretty distracted by wolves right now. And so mostly we're dealing with that situation. They're right in my backyard. And honestly, I can't wait to hear one. But it's been very distracting. The press has been insufferable. My son is on the Wildlife Commission, and between the two of us, we're just inundated with calls all the time. So it's really distracting in our area right now. So I'm sure Kathy can relate to that. So we talk about wolves a little bit more right now than water. Thank you.
Thanks. Gary?
Yeah, I'll have a better book report the next time, but I have a couple things. I think you saw from Don's report that Summit County right now seems to be doing pretty well. Winter Park, Summit County, snow totals have stayed up pretty well, had some good snows lately. And I can personally attest to that. Copper Mountain snow has been really good, and Breckenridge has been great because I've been skiing on it. So hopefully that'll continue. I was unaware of the Snake River lawsuits. I should have been. I spent part of last winter helping. Keystone was an unincorporated portion of Summit County, and now it's become a municipality. And you go through all that work, and then the real work starts. Well, gee, you have an insurance plan, you have an employee handbook, do you have a bank account? Do you have any revenue? So they needed someone to help set it up. And I worked 6 months getting that organizational stuff done for Keystone. Didn't hear about the Snake River issue, and Snake River District supplies water for the Keystone development, all the area there. So thanks to the River District for working with with Glenn and the district on that one, and if I can be of any help on that, I'll be available, of course. And good work, I guess. You know, when I left this board at late 2016, we were just scratching the surface on the Shoshone issue. And, you know, we knew it was gonna be expensive then. I mean, I don't think we had the $98.5 million number. I know we didn't have that at that point. But, you know, we have to start thinking about what's it gonna take to get, you know, some counties really have some immediate and obvious benefits from this, and others are a little less so. And I was always trying to think of how that might work in Summit County, but then I was out of this stuff for about the last 8 years. So Peter and I did have a nice talk last night over dinner, and it's good. You did good work with Summit County to get $1 million. And I think I heard Andy yesterday say that maybe Breckenridge might want to get the presentation, or?
Yep, we will be at the next Town of Breckenridge Town Council meeting on this coming Tuesday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Amy and I will be there, and it is an ask of them for some assistance with funding. So
Okay, I'll be there.
if you're there, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next meeting, that's the week.
It's a week from yesterday. It's an afternoon meeting is our understanding.
It's their work session.
Okay.
Okay. I'll be happy to attend and
Excellent.
pitch
Thank
in
you.
2 cents. And I'll have a more complete book report, as I said, the next time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Not a lot to report from Ray County. A few things that are popping up is ongoing concern about watershed health, road stability that's affecting every water user and county road users in the area as we get these kind of random rain events that wash out everything underneath them. And I think there's some opportunity to address not just watershed health, but also stability and some road and ditch maintenance that's been costing our water users and land users dearly in the past few summers when we're getting big random rain events. Shoshone thinks that we do have a lot of support in the county, and I think we should discuss with county commissioners that some more. It's something that every time I hear from them, they're excited about. So I'd like to revisit that discussion with my board of county commissioners. Watershed wise, we're looking decent. It's not great. We're obviously not as well off as some of the northern parts of Colorado, but we're looking okay. Ridgway Reservoir, as per usual, is going to fill, and not that that's a huge indicator of what kind of year we're gonna have, because it could fill and we could still be in dire straits come June. Multi-benefit project on the Uncompahgre is set to move forward in March. They got their EA done, design works being finished up on the ditch improvement side of it, and they have a contractor selected, I believe, out of Carbondale. And they had a lot of local folks come and did the project, but ended up going with folks out of Carbondale. So everything goes right, they'll start moving dirt in March or later. Crystal Reservoir, small reservoir right off Red Mountain Pass near the town of Ironton. If you've ever driven over Red Mountain Pass, it's kind of the flat spot you get to before you get to the next steep section. It was under the control of the Forest Service. They deemed it a threat. It's really a very small dam that had some really minor issues with some slumping on the dam face, and they decided to drain it, which was unfortunate because it's an amenity and there are some water rights ties to for the city of Uray for their water supply as a backup. And our county commissioners have been working on how to address that and refill that small reservoir. It's only, I don't know if it's 4 foot deep in places, but it did, for whatever reason, it had a really healthy trout population for a while and was a nice place for tourists to stop and take photos and especially in the fall. And it would be nice to see that come back online. So that's one of the water projects that's moving forward. And I actually have also heard from a handful of water users in the area who who have heard from the river district and said, oh, we can fix these ditches that fall off the side of mountains occasionally. That would be great. And had a couple more discussions with some local ranchers just last week about their ongoing ditch problems, and that includes the town of Ridgeway's ditch, which diverts off of Beaver Creek and into town of Ridgeway. It had a slide problem, overtopping problem that they share that's the municipal water supply, but they also share it with a couple local ranchers. It needs some help, and I think that we might be able to put together a good project there. Other than that, pretty quiet in Uray County right now, and hopefully it stays that way for the future. We get some more snow.
Mr. Munger?
So, I guess it's been a great winter for us so far. I mean, we've had, adequate snow. We're not caving in my hay sheds and my livestock sheds, so it's been a good year. There's adequate snow though. The weather's been good and everything, so and again, I just remind myself quite often, we still have a long winter to go yet. So there's a long spell of winter here. I just wanted to bring up, Sonia brought up the return flows, and we're talking about this FCPP, whatever that abbreviations are. I just concerned about, those conditions on return flows and timing on water and, whether that on the sale of water, temporary sales or whatever on the return flows and that we really know what we're doing when we do that in the upper valleys. It's a good thing if we're doing it when, in the salinity control and the rest, but man, if we're retiming water and need that retimed water, we're going to be having to build storage to replace that retimed water out of the return flows. I look forward to, and I've been on this thing for a long time, and you guys have done a great job. I'm both on the Wolford and Shoshone, and I just hope during my tenure here, I hope we can bring a couple of those to fruition. And so I look forward to that. We're continuing to have, a lot of concern and, and I think things are being looked at with our power plant closures with, Craig, Moffett County and the Hayden Airport, the Hayden power plant. And again, I've said in the past, the Hayden power plant provides about 60% of the property taxes for the Hayden School District. And so when that puppy goes away, we're all going to be bleeding here a little bit. So we are having Senator Roberts is sponsoring a bill to try to, and I live right across the street from the Hayden power plant. And I would be supportive of having a small nuclear there and classifying that as clean and the rest. And there's some tie-ins to nuances to that, but I'd be supportive of that. And be a hell of a lot more supportive of that than I would be of having, I know in Alden's country, they're talking about having nuclear storage. I'm not sure that's exactly what we want to have. And that'd be, west of me and I'd be downwind. And I'm not sure that I really think that's such a good idea. I guess I'll get on my soapbox here for just a second too. I'm telling you, I'm really getting a little disappointed with all of our actions in this state being run by the I-70, I-25 Fourth. And we all know that. And it's been that way for a long time, but man, it's getting in your face right now. And I'm telling you that, when I first became a commissioner in 2000, and in 2002, we were having discussions, well, we're going to, secede from, Colorado. We're going to create our own new state. We're going to join Wyoming, we're going to join Utah and Eastern Plains. We're going to join Nebraska, whatever. Man, I tell you what, all of those things are looking more inviting every day. I'm really getting tired of being told how we run our lands on the west slope by what goes on in the I-25, I-70 corridor. But on a positive thing, I know my commissioners are working hard on this rail thing and our commuting from Moffett County to Steamboat Springs and maybe all the way down to Yampa and on the train corridor. I mean, I have a mile of train on my property I would be really leery to see a 60-mile-an-hour passenger train going down there, because I don't think the railroad has kept up a sufficient facility to handle 60 mile an hour on the train. So, and then I'll close up with one thing and just be a request. And maybe Andy, you would consider, I was looking, and again, I was very advocate of, because when I first got on the board, we had showed the profit and losses and the balance sheet, and I said, well, what the hell is that? That didn't make any sense to me. So I asked to start seeing the checks that we're writing to. And so I really appreciate that, and being able to thumb through those things and seeing who we're paying money to and the rest. And, I can spend as much time on it as I want to, but I do see a lot of things in there that I really like to see and know what we're doing. So in that light, I wonder if it might be appropriate, and the board could weigh in on this as well, but that we might have some type of once a year report back from you on all the outside contracts that we have going on. Because we have contracts going with our lobbyists. I think we must have 3 different lobbyists going. We have our engineering firms, and then our legal firms that we all have. And again, those are all great, and those are all things that are required, but it just would jog our mind into the people who are working for us, and know who they are and what they do. So I just throw that out, and you might consider that.
We can include that in the budget meeting packet, a list of contractors and the subject matter they cover. We actually have 4 outside lobbying firms right now, but we do, just so you know, and I'm glad that there are board members who look at those checks that we issue. Audrey or I and look at every single one of those and approve every single check,
I'm sure.
but only after the accounting staff has done the same. So we are just.
And
so
I
you
trust
know,
that
it's- And it isn't always my favorite thing to do on Friday, but I make sure I have the time to do it in order to stay on top. Like yourself, I like to know where each of our pennies are going, so I follow it.
That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go any further, Reby, can you hear us?
Reby, are you there?
Well, we'll come
I
back.
am, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you want to give your report?
Sure. First of all, I want to thank the River District for meeting with Saguache County. I was on the line for like an hour and 40 minutes, so I don't know how long it was before they actually had their presentation. So I apologize for not being there, but I'm sure you got an education on a lot of levels. So I can only.
It was one of the more entertaining Board of County Commissioner meetings.
So, well, thank you for your patience. And around Thanksgiving, we got a foot of snow, which was very much needed. And of course, we've had cold weather. There was a week that we had -25 to -35. So we still have the majority of that snow. We've had other snows that have been mainly 3 to 4 inches, but of course we've always had the rain, or not the rain, but the wind. And this is what I remember growing up, is in the -20 to 40 degree weather. Not that I like it, but it does keep our snow there. It's very sad that 10 miles from the top of the divide, Saguache County is dry, very dry. I'm thankful for the snow that we have, but it's going to be a long, cold winter if we don't get more snow. It's good to hear that Powell is at the percentage it is. Also, I wanted to let you know that I did contact Kathy Garcia this fall. She was with Lauren Boebert. And when I talked to her asking why Lauren didn't support or comment on Shoshone, she said that she would talk to Lauren. She got back to me and she said that they they weren't aware of what was going on. So I did ask them to, or I asked Kathy to ask Lauren for a letter of support, and I'm guessing nothing happened, but so I apologize. You know, I did what I could do, but that's very disturbing. So anyway, I guess that's all I have. I also apologize for not making it. Um, the fuel pump did go out of my car, so I'm glad I I didn't go further. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Alden, do you want to make your report?
Yeah. Always a pleasure. Like everyone else, the middle to lower sections of the White River are pretty brown. You go to Meeker, there's some snow on the ground, but Rangeley, it's brown. But, you know, and that's not unaccustomed to us, but we get by with a few spring rains anyway, but, above Meeker in the higher country, it's about average, maybe a little bit less. So I've seen conditions worse, so I know my phone's not gonna blow up with a bunch of upset people asking me to do something, so, okay. But Division 6, Division of Water Resources is progressing with over appropriation of the White River upstream of Taylor Draw Dam. The Taylor Draw Dam calling structure requested administration due to shortages in the lower White River that the water users were experiencing. The Yellow Jacket Water Conservancy District is working with the state on Lake Avery. Lake Avery is bone dry right now. It's empty. The state is moving forward to do some maintenance to it. And that reservoir will likely be empty for the next couple of years. So that's really the only little supplemental source that we have that's really recreation up there. That we have in our basin, upper portion of the basin that can be used. But as they continue to work and learn the abilities of Lake Avery, it's a if and when situation. Due to the maintenance requirements and the state's willingness to proactively work with Yellow Jacket. So far, I know they have had some conversations which are encouraging, but there's still a ways to go. So requests for proposals for Lake Avery enlargement and engineering feasibility study have been sent out by Yellow Jacket. So they are advancing their knowledge on that and continued progress. Because within the White River Basin with the over appropriation, there is no augmentation source of water. So that's of great concern. You know, when we've got probably 1,000 well users and more people wanting to come to town and utilize groundwater. So Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District continues to advance permitting on Wolf Creek Reservoir that does include potential augmentation water with that. So return flow study that was done in the middle portion, or the middle portion of the White River near Meeker has been completed. It was actually published in the Journal of Hydrology by Dr. Ryan Bailey of CSU. It details the importance, timing, efficiencies, and value provided by flood irrigation in the middle portion of the White River and the return flows that it provides to the lower portions of the White River. It offers insight about anticipated shortages if and when conservation measures such as a demand management or CCU program are implemented. If you save 10%, that means you may have to put 20% water away. Things like that. It's not a 10% or 10%. And it validates the beneficial retiming of the flows. When does it happen? They've got that all mapped, and this is continued monitoring through piezometers throughout that middle reach of the White River, looking at groundwater, taking snapshots of the groundwater 24/7, 365, and including several streams in that area. And it validates the assumptions used within the White River modeling. Everything we did was just best guess, and I'm glad our best guess was actually quite accurate. So it helps us move forward with understanding the shortages and how the White River functions. That area is an integral part to the White River and has carried the White River for virtually 150 years. Okay, due to flood irrigation and artificial induced recharge from irrigation actions. That was all found by the end of a shovel by a rancher, an irrigator. Kudos. Ongoing Colorado River Basin negotiations revolving around Powell and Meade with what appears to be a demand management and conservative consumptive use program
is of concern, since the overall conversation for this program will create unanticipated shortages and negative secondary impacts. This spooks me primarily because we continue to hear about natural curtailment in the West Slope. Yet when reviewing other West Slope primary tributaries in the Colorado River, it is easy to see that there are reservoirs. There are reservoirs in these basins that may serve to augment some of these flows for various purposes from unintended consequences from a demand management or CCU program. Not all basins, including the White River, have the luxury of basin storage. Any demand management or CCU type program must include this as part of the process or be required to promote a reserve water supply to augment for those basins lacking this firm or redundant supply. How do junior developing basins fit into this matrix of any of these programs? We don't know. Seems the conversations are wrapped around the higher populated tributaries with little regard to the less populated ones. There was a time within the White River, within the Colorado Basin, crisp reservoirs projects were being called out. That included one for the White River Basin in Rio Blanco County. During the 1950s, there was a slew of new water right appropriations. Unknown if it's interrelated, but this project included a large reservoir and a series of irrigation ditches that would irrigate roughly 100,000 acres of prime soil if irrigated. On top of the present, and that would include the present 20,000 acres that is irrigated today. That irrigation value of land in Rio Blanco County continues to get smaller and smaller due to demand. The water supply is not there. So irrigators are naturally pulling back. Not quite 5 years ago, we were roughly about 25,000 acres, 22,000, somewhere in there. Now we're down below 20,000. This water supply project never came to fruition, similarly to the Yampa River. Northwest Colorado has been and continues to be shortchanged where our lands have not received the same agricultural boost as other basins, adding economic value to those properties. With the closure of 3 coal mines and soon power plant, a new industry must be created or we face negative impacts to our communities. We are being driven to an economy around outdoor rec and ag. Yet have a state promoting demand management and consumptive use mindset, including other attacks on agriculture, taken away from our ability to fully progress in this area, while acting under their suggestion and direction. The state is telling us where to go and what to do. The Rio Blanco County economic transition that includes using more water, which the state is well aware and financially supporting, and the state's plan to send more water to Powell must align without injury to the uncertain future of Rio Blanco County. There is a survey going on in Rio Blanco County right now. It's a one-on-one survey of value-added ag and water-based recreation. We got roughly 250 surveys, almost 300 probably going through our county right now, visiting with ag to see what their water needs are. Reg 87, yeah, I think you know my thoughts on that enough. I can move on. So states actually removed water project funding in the state from some of our areas, so there's less funding there now. That's a problem. Another issue that we've got here, and I hate to keep going, but man, there's some problems in the White River. There's a lot of things that seems like what's been neglected. Zebra mussels. There is no program in the White River, including no program for the CPW bodies of water. None. Not anything other than a sign. That's it. It was encouraging to see and learn and hear and of River District staff interacting and attending several water-related meetings in Rio Blanco County. It was great to have these folks out there interacting and offering their assistance. There was several areas where that instance was what is coming together. I imagine there will be some requests from folks to the River District at some point to help out. So finally, Shoshone, I've been critical on it, but very supportive of it. And I want to tip my hat again to the River District as this example of a great success and the abilities of the River District. We can do great things, and I think there's an opportunity as well for us to do something similar and get some momentum and large support behind it and just charge through to get things done. That was a great example of something that we can do together. So, thank you. Sorry to, hopefully it didn't take too much time.
No, thank you, you're fine.
All right, well, that's a tough act to follow. We have an exciting joint project with my colleague across the table, Pitkin County, County and Aspen Valley Land Trust. Are under contract to purchase a Three Meadows Ranch, which is 4,251 acres up by Cottonwood Pass with some senior water rights. So lots to still be decided in that, including management of it. But I think it's going to be a critical piece for conserving those rights for wildlife, for agriculture, for open spaces. So that is very exciting. New county commissioner in Eagle County. I was term limited. Tom Boyd is the new commissioner for District 2. I think he'll be a great guy and he will be very supportive of the River District. He and I will meet on a regular basis to talk about water issues. So I think he will be good there. And the commissioners did kindly reappoint me to this board. So that was a happy thing for me. Homestake Reservoir, conversation chatter about that is ramping up. I've been getting several calls like we need to get the anti-homestake group together again. And I think there are some folks out there working on that right now. And the last thing I wanted to mention, water related, is that the Eagle County Conservation District was able to go to the voters in November and ask for a mill levy. They have not had one before. The county has partially funded them and they operate a lot on grants and donations. So this is a 0.15 mills will generate about $625,000 a year for them. And that will greatly increase their capacity to work on agriculture, conservation, water issues. So I think they will be a new partner for the River District. That's it.
Thank you. Mark?
Delta County, much like the rest of the water district, we don't seem to have a lot of low snow. Looks okay up high, but there is none. We're bare ground yonder. There seems to be a lot of difference. Talk about snow moisture. I think talking to the farmers down in Delta, they are much drier than the upper North Fork as far as snow. We have a lot of rain rather than snow.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try and speak up more. I thought I was doing pretty well.
No, I'm just older than you thought.
But overall, I think we're in good shape in Delta County. Our economically, our one remaining coal mine seems to be doing well. It's actually in Gunnison County. But workers are there. They seem to be producing a lot of coal. As far as the water world, one from the Gunnison Basin Roundtable, there's some concern with the WSRF funding being increased and the state fund basically going to zero. We may be talking to Senator Catlin and others about doing something about that, but that is a concern. We do have a lot of projects that continue to go on, that the Basin Roundtable has been, funding a lot of those, or partially funding partnerships, and a WSRF fund, we're a little concerned about being drained.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest concern we've got going as far as water.
Thank you. Well, you want to move on to community funding partnerships?
We do. Melissa and Amy.
Come on down.
Yes, you're giving a
You had one right off the bat. Jumped right out of the chute.
Okay.
Said everything's
Sorry.
wonderful where I live.
That was it.
Hell yeah, man. Move in.
I don't think you guys.
Well, as I get set up, we have
an exciting 2024 annual report to share.
Well, I'll let Melissa get the PowerPoint up. We're passing out the 2024 annual reports. Those are and have been live on our website. They continue to be a great showcase and transparent way to demonstrate what the program has been up to in a way that we can connect with our water users throughout the year in partnership with our comms team and our events. We have 3 action items today, and now that we're set up, I'll let Melissa run the
Dive
show
in.
here.
Yeah, thank you. So before we dive into the 3 action items, we have a few updates. 2024 was another great year. We provided 29 grants totaling $8.4 million. Of note, 5 million of that goes to the Shoshone project. And I wanted to flag something for each one of you. You approved a grant in 2024 for $98,000 to the Growing Water Smart program, which essentially provides a 3-day workshop, policy review, an option for grants for leaders integrating water and land use planning. And they will be in Montrose in April, and applications are open in February. So if you are aware of any communities that benefit from this, this could be at the town level, county level, let me know. We have been sending a lot of emails forward, but your connection would be helpful. Okay, so 3 items for you today totaling about $480,000. We'll dive into the first one. So the Tear Ditch and Reservoir Company is coming to us for an $80,000 request. They serve about 500 acres of ag land. They're in Delta County. They're a little bit north of Somerset. We gave them a accelerator grant in 2023 of $35,000 to assess the needs of their ditch and to figure out a funding plan. And ultimately, they are coming back to us with great news. They have figured out their project, which is to pipe 1.1 miles of their ditch and upgrade their diversion, which ultimately will reduce water loss, which is at about 11% right now, and reduce the threat of a hillside collapse. For those of you who are aware, the Tear Ditch has been dealing with this potential hillside collapse for years. And the other great news is they have solidified a grant from the NRCS to cover a majority of the costs. And they are contributing $100,000 as well as a ditch company. They have a pending grant with CWCB that's been preliminarily approved by the roundtable in November. Overall, this project is a very similar one to ones we have funded in the past. They're requesting only about 8% of the total cost of the project. Benefits support ag, water quality, essential ag tourism, and ultimately efficiency gains and a reduction of a threat of a landslide. So would love to hear any feedback or thoughts.
Gary?
It's that first 1 mile.
Mhm.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
There's a great YouTube video if you guys are interested, or you can see the damage, potential damage.
Is that the one that they had to pay you? Didn't you show this at one of our last meetings or something? Picture where the whole half of the hillside slid? And
No,
the car sitting up on top next to it?
no, but that's what could happen on this ditch.
No.
This is Director Munger, a problem that permeates a lot of areas of our district. But like Melissa said, I think this ditch company has worked a lot of different angles to find funding, from developing their own YouTube materials to make sure that funders can see the potential risk on their ditch. So I don't think we've shown this to the board, but it is a problem that we have looked for solutions of how to be more proactive on these issues to the extent we can. across our district.
So, yeah, send us a copy of the link, yeah. In
I will.
my spare time, I'd
Yeah.
love to watch it.
Good.
I mean, I'm always amazed how our predecessors actually did this, all of this with horse and dredge, you know, so it's like, wow. I can't hardly believe it, so anyhow.
That makes me wonder if they had the sticker shock we have.
Sure they did.
When they bought the horse.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I don't think a horse equal to $995,000 for 1.1 mile. Yeah, they don't have a lot of funds, you know, and that has to happen. We need to do it. I agree. Hopefully that'll keep them in business. Yeah. Any other questions?
Do you need a motion?
We need a motion to accept and to fund this project.
So
Yeah.
moved.
Yep. Margaret second.
Longer second, and Alvin, did you make the motion? Who made the motion? Carrie, well, you're a ventriloquist, I couldn't tell. Through your voice over here, now.
I did.
Dennison made the motion, Margaret second. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We'll do the next one.
Okay, so our next one is a request from the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District to fund water quality models. And we thought it would be best to first have Rebecca Breezemore give a little bit of background on the water quality issues facing Stagecoach Reservoir. And we'll get her to log on. Do I need to stop sharing for her to speak?
Can you hear me? I think you're.
There you go.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks, Melissa. Stagecoach Reservoir is located near Steamboat Springs, and as many of you guys probably know, it's a recreational reservoir as well as a drinking water source. And it's had a lot of algae issues for really over a decade at this point. Algae blooms are an annual occurrence on the reservoir, and it is heavily monitored and tested for toxicity for those algae blooms. And in 2024, it did test positive, and so the beaches had to close, and there was toxic cyanobacteria. It's happened at least one other time that it's been toxic, but there are at least annual algae blooms. The Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District with the Upper Yampa Watershed Group has been working for a number of years to try to mitigate these issues and determine whether these are naturally occurring or caused from human inputs. And right now there's a little bit of urgency for them to try to determine how they can mitigate this for a couple reasons. The first one being that there is a proposed development that may come in adjacent to the reservoir, and they're hoping to get some baseline data for water quality prior to any additional development. And the second reason is that the Water Quality Control Division is going to be putting in some new nutrient regulations in 2027 for lakes, reservoirs, and streams. And there is a wastewater plant that discharges treated wastewater to the reservoir, which may have some additional standards that they have to comply to when these new regulations come in. And so the groups working on this are hoping to have some models up and running to address some of these water quality issues with nutrients prior to those two changes that are coming into the reservoir.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, and to that end, that this has been happening for a few years, we did give a grant in 2022 for $10,000 to analyze and quantify the human environmental factors contributing to these algal blooms. And at the same time, look into what models would be a potential opportunity to further simulate these possible contributors. And so they have come back to us for a request because they have identified two models, one for the Bear River watershed model, one for the Stagecoach Reservoir model. The watershed model ultimately will inform the locations and amount of nutrient loading, while the reservoir model will inform water quality management strategies, ultimately to simulate the physical, biological, chemical, all the different processes that lead to harmful algal blooms. In talking about this project, This allows the community to make informed decisions that are data-based, ultimately to mitigate these, the nutrient-loaded system. We're faced with a situation here with this grant. Essentially, they need to get going as soon as possible. Rebecca mentioned that the Water Quality Control Commission is releasing nutrient standards statewide in 2027. There's future developments, and there's algal blooms annually. And so they're requesting to us if we could partially fund the watershed model, and in the meantime, they will solidify the future funding for the reservoir model. In conversations with them, we decided a potential solution to this to mitigate our risk and our funds is that we would hold the final 10% of our grant until the entire project is done. But most of the funds, 90% of our funds, will go towards the watershed water quality model. Overall, they are requesting 10% of the total cost of the project, about 28% of the cost of the watershed model. This falls in line with past grants that we've given as well. And lastly, one thing I'll say is that this really could serve as a model, poor word choice here, but for other communities to use facing algal blooms as well. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sonia?
Have they done extensive studies just trying to quantify nutrient inputs going into the reservoir from various sources? Is it just the wastewater treatment plant, or are there other tributaries that flow in there as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
So they've got the baseline data now. It's just a matter of building the model.
They're going to continue. They've been collecting data for the past few years, especially last year. There was a strong effort from the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District. But now that they have the data, they can move towards the model. And yes, they're looking upstream as well to contributors potentially.
My guess is that they're gonna find that it's probably an internal loading issue that's happening there, that a release of the nutrients at different times that's driving when those blooms happen. The Upper Gunnison study on Blue Mesa Reservoir has shown that that reservoir operations are having an impact on the algal blooms, and that when you draw down that reservoir and you have more wind and flow and wave action on those soils, that it's stirring up the soils and causing nutrient loading internally. But they've also found that the indicator and the trigger is really a drop in pH. So when the blooms happen, you have all that oxygen, and then at night the pH tanks, and that pH causes those blooms to release those toxins. And so would love to just have some sharing on some of this stuff. And so if they're interested in hearing a presentation, let me know. But yeah, it's too bad, and hoping that the model will help them give more insight into how to manage the reservoir, reduce the blooms.
Scott, did you have something to add?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. So on the funding now, and I think what I read in there is if the B2E, that's obviously got a problem now, is wheat frozen. That they had provided, but apparently it sounded like they've already provided their backup funding. Have you seen that? I didn't see it in the report.
Yeah, so I kind of skimmed over that part, but for the watershed model, they have the committed funds to match our funds. The reservoir model, they applied to B2E and were declined.
Well, they were
So,
declined.
correct.
Oh.
So they are moving into options through CDPHE. They have a nutrient loading opportunity, WaterSmart, and WSR/Water Plant Grant. So and local funding.
And do we anticipate them coming then to us on the watershed portion of it, if some of this funding that we have?
For the Stagecoach reservoir model, no. So we will hold our 10%. They fully are committed to contributing, or making sure all the other funds are solidified and secured for the next model. So, but
And then one of my pet peeves, my colleagues know over time, is when we look at the chart for the funding partners, ours is understated, which means theirs is overstated as far as in kind. Now, in kind is that always creates suspicions with me, but why do we continue to allow them to report in kind? We don't report in kind, nor does anybody else report in Bureau Red, which is, I guess, pending. That's the B2E, which was denied.
Yeah,
So I mean, yeah, so if they report it and we don't, it understates, well, understates our participation and overstates their participation. And you start down about $82,000. We're beginning to climb where it's gonna move from a minor little thing to more of a material change, in my opinion. It's not quite material, but it's getting closer. So what are we doing on this in kind stuff? We've had many discussions, and maybe you're aware of that, on this in kind. And so I get it if one party, what I don't get is one party puts in kind and we don't, and we guess maybe others aren't. So it doesn't really give us an accurate reflection.
Yeah, Director McGinnis, I think you always bring up great points in this discussion that's ongoing. I think we, in our guidelines, have documented the importance of in-kind work to move these types of projects forward. And in this case, the staff from the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District are putting in considerable amount of times to oversee and advise during the model development. Whereas our staff, while we have participated on the funding side, are not going to be in the day-to-day of working with their contractors and the model development and understanding resources, all of that work that goes into it. So we have taken the position of making sure we reflect those costs that go into a project, that these projects wouldn't move forward without local water providers or conservancy districts really sharing that burden to move.
Yeah, I mean, right. I'm not objecting to any kind of contribution. It's the reporting issue that I'm looking for. What I have found historically, and things I've dealt with, is people that contribute in kind tend to overstate the values of their in-kind services, especially if that helps them get to a certain point where they get other funding that kicks in. So I guess I would ask if we start getting substantial in-kind claims, that once in a while you just randomly or have a county randomly pull out their cost. It's, just, human nature is human nature. Just check some of the accuracy. I don't object in kind, it's the reporting issue. That's my focusing.
Great, okay, thank you.
Mr. Monger?
So I also have been sitting through this watershed group since its inception. So I think the project is a great project. I guess I'm confused and concerned. I no longer sit on the Upper Yampa board, but I'm confused to why we didn't just split up the two projects into two projects instead of just having one and then holding $10,000 on for them to initiate the second half or more than half, the big project. And again, I guess, an editorial note, we believe, and I believe firmly, that the algae bloom started the first time we stored water in there in 1986 or whatever. When we first put water in there, we started getting algae. And so it is, and again, I sat on the board because, everybody sits there and points those lazy, slimy farmers and ranchers and their outflow that's going down there. And I just wanted to make sure that, hey, we're not unnecessarily blamed for something that we're not doing. We're not doing to best management practices and the rest, and then we're not being slimy ranchers and the rest. And so, but that's why my intention was sitting on this board on that group has been is that we're not unfairly pointed at. So, but, and we're finding through the initial studies, a lot of this stuff has happened naturally. It's not happening because, and then again, every time we put a footprint out on the soil, we are doing things out there that cause runoff. It's just like dust on snow. So, but anyhow, enough editorial. I'm very supportive of the project, and I wish we could have split up the project to make it more clear for them and us and expectations, because now we're holding $10,000 on the expectation that they get the further funding of the second half of the project. And both halves of the project are very good. And as Director Chavez says, and I still think it's just like these return flow studies. And you mentioned it as well, this algae program problem. I think they're not rocket, I mean, they can't be rocket science. There gotta be the same things kind of happening in our areas. And they gotta be something that we can replicate and use the best things to figure out how we're moving forward. Enough said, sorry.
Mr. Cober?
Thank you, Senator. I am concerned about future costs once the model is built and then they have to implement the mitigation, whatever is recommended, and the funding for that. So is it likely that will come back to us as well?
Yes, there is a chance that they could come back to us for mitigation requests. But the beauty of this grant is that it's setting them up for success to figure out what priority projects need to get done instead of trying to figure out which project at any time without a clear plan. And this, to me, this is kind of like our accelerator grants. We're putting money in early so that they can set up their foundation, get a plan, and then we can come back when they have it integrated and informed through data. So yes, there is potential it could come back.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Nah, this will be quick. I get it. I grew up in Iowa. This stuff was common practice back in the 80s already for me. And you didn't swim in it. You just recognized it. When I've seen the hazards of it, because it almost killed my niece. So it's one of the reasons why I skipped out. So it's scary that I'm seeing it here more and more frequent. A question that I would like to ask though, you mentioned there's drinking water in there for drinking water supply. Is it for Steamboat or Mount Werner or who?
Well, Mount Werner has contracts there and,
Okay.
basically a whole bunch.
Has there, and this is a procedural question as well, because has there been a source water protection plan developed for this project? That would be chartered or started by the public drinking water supply?
Great question. I don't know if I have the answer to that.
That's a free program.
I think it's a great idea. My guess is there is, but I'm wondering, Rebecca, if you're still online and available, if you're aware of that process being undertaken.
I just saw Emily pop on and she may know more. I know that there have been a lot of studies done, but I pivot to Emily.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. Yes, there was a watershed plan that was done, I think, in 2016 and was adopted. I wanted to also just on the discussion about the drinking water source. So the direct drinking water source is just for the state park there. Doug Monger is correct about the other contracts that we have, but those are for raw water supply to Mount Werner and the city of Steamboat Springs. The only direct potable water source is for the state park.
But does that have a PWSID number issued to it? Because if it does, it's eligible for a source water protection plan.
Yes, it should. And the source water protection plan, I would have to follow up with you about that.
Thank you.
And just if I could add one more thing, and I have not discussed this with Melissa and would be happy to follow up after this, but the watershed model and the reservoir model were combined as one large project when we submitted to the B2E. Like Melissa said, we were unsuccessful in getting that grant. So we are kind of back to the drawing board on the other funding opportunities to fund this project. But those two components of the project can really be run individually. So the watershed model will have its own outputs and kind of full report. And then the results from that model will be basically translated to be able to be accepted into the water quality model for the in-reservoir. But there will be deliverables and, kind of a complete project in just the watershed model. And then we'll roll into the in-reservoir model. It is our intent to do both of those projects, but I think the question came up about whether they could be kind of
handled individually, and the answer is yes. But we came to the River District to ask for the 100,000 for the whole project because we were submitting it as one larger project to the B2E grant application.
Thank you, Emily.
Any other questions? Sonia?
Emily, who's working on the development of your model with you? Have you guys already identified a contractor or a researcher or modeler?
We have started having some discussions with a couple of groups that we've been working with over the past couple of years they've been doing our water quality sampling and data analysis. So we have started. It sounds like you have worked with some folks as well. So I would love to follow up with you about your experience and the people you've worked with and learn more about what you all have been doing.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you.
So we need a motion to approve this grant request. Gary Martinez makes a motion. Did you second?
Second, yes.
Second, Scott McGinnis. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passed.
I sent a link to you.
So
That's at.
on the next,
We have one final action item that you will see is partnership in terms of the applicant being Colorado Mesa University in partnership with the Colorado River District staff and leadership. So this will be a discussion that Melissa, myself, and Andy are going to lead. But I wanted to set the stage a bit with, it's incredible to think that we're entering our 5th year of operating the community funding partnership and talk a bit how this funding program has matured over those years and the different opportunities we've had to move our mission forward through this funding program. And so at its inception in 2021, the first action we did with this funding program was set up this revolving opportunity for grant funds where communities can come to us with their priorities and needs, and we can consider our financial support. And the 2 projects that we've discussed before this action item are great examples of the power of CFP in supporting community projects. We've also seen how powerful our community funding partnership can be in filling specific gaps or being nimble in opportunities that come to us with shifting landscapes at the federal or state level. Examples of that have been standing up our accelerator grant program, which has been incredibly successful. We've noted in the annual report that our return on investment for every dollar we've spent from CFP funds for the accelerator grant, we've brought in $66 in federal funding. So we've been able to use the CFP program to fill those gaps and meet those opportunities. Another way as the CFP program has matured is looking for unique partnerships, mission-driven opportunities where staff has a greater role in driving these projects forward. I think good examples of that, we've talked about the Growing Water Smart program that Melissa mentioned at the outset of our presentation that we're moving forward with the 2nd cohort. We've had staff partnerships in the Yampa Reservoir releases that we've brought to the board early on in the program. Soil moisture networks have been another example of where staff has played a greater role in developing projects and partnerships that have an opportunity to drive our mission forward. And so as we're going to talk about this unique partnership with Colorado Mesa University and their water center, it's a good example of how CFP can be used to drive our mission forward, look at critical capacity gaps, look at a need that we've seen for academic and peer-reviewed research from a Western Slope perspective, a Western Colorado institution. So I wanted to just lend some of that perspective as we brought this partnership and developed this partnership in close proximity with leadership, and let Andy set the stage a little bit with our conversations with Colorado Mesa University that's driven this project to bring it to you today.
Well, thank you, Amy. I think what Amy really just said in a few more words was that this is my fault. So I have quite a bit of time working with the leadership at CMU on a number of water-related issues. The former president, Tim Foster, was integral in helping garner support in Mesa County for 7A. The current president, John Marshall, has been very interested in water issues and very supportive. Concerned, we have shared our concerns about a world of academic works and papers that are hostile to water use in agricultural areas in western Colorado, the upper basin as a whole, and even in our lower basin agricultural areas. There's a growing body of work from water centers and others funded largely by metropolitan water user groups coming out of Arizona and California, some on the Front Range, that are not friendly or appreciative of the values of the water use that our water users create, the values that we create, the communities that we represent. And trying to figure out how to spur academic research and reporting that is peer reviewed, that is at a par and on level with some of the more hostile work to help us move our mission forward, protect our West Slope water users. As you know, our West Slope water users are very willing and interested in figuring out how to adapt to a changing climate. They're interested in thriving, continuing to remain in agricultural production and moving forward. There's very little recognition of those actions and those activities outside of the district, our board, some of our agricultural water user groups, trying to get that work done, trying to help our ag and urban users in western Colorado really lead the way in water conservation and efficiency, trying to make sure that programs that others think are great that may result in transferring water out of our district into other areas for their own economic benefit is really important. If you look at the water center at CMU, we have sponsored that water center. We have been engaged and had at least one staff member or board member on the advisory council since it was created. It has floundered a bit in the recent past. The university has cut its funding. It has not been particularly self-sufficient. It has not had the support that a water center, if it's going to hit the caliber that we need in western Colorado, it just hasn't had that support. And so those conversations with the leadership at CMU have really been about how we as a water community in western Colorado can help that center step up and meet the needs. And I look at it as a force multiplier for our team here at the River District, something that we can have an external partner who is integrally related to our mission, protecting, developing, and conserving the water resources of western Colorado. And I look at CMU and they look at themselves and they have proven themselves to be a very regional university. They have grown tremendously, no offense, but since the time that some of our board members attended that school, they have really blossomed. And they are poised both financially and from a human resource perspective to really launch what I think is a successful water center. We have talked about, they have an advisory board, and the center is an independent center related to the university. They have a memorandum of understanding of agreement between the center and the university. We're looking at reinvigorating the advisory board. We're looking, if this grant were to go through, the CMU would match us dollar for dollar in terms of our contributions. So we're recommending to the board a $300,000 contribution over 3 years. CMU would make the same investment. And the intention is to hire a executive director for the water center who has not just water experience, but development experience, and to turn that center into something that will fund itself through proper development and research. And attract money into that center to keep it functioning. I think it's a really important effort, and I think I look at the advisory board, and I've had a lot of conversations with the leadership at CMU about pulling in people from throughout the West Slope, because that university serves the entire West Slope, pulling in water leaders to get them on that advisory board. Today, it's not quite as representative of all of our counties and our water interests as we'd like to see in the future. But we have an opportunity to really kickstart that center and get some academic research, as well as, I might say, training for future water professionals, right? Homegrown water professionals who can understand inherently the values that our water users in Western Colorado have, our communities have. And frankly, I'm hopeful that they will be future River District employees and staff members, engineers, lawyers, political science degrees, not to point fingers at Zane, but people who will help us continuously rise to our challenges. I think we can, it's just an opportunity to really help craft a long-term benefits for the district. This is a very long play. This is not something we're going to see immediate benefits a year from now. This is a decadal move that I think is really important for the district to have this kind of support. That being said, I can turn it over maybe to the CFP team to kind of get into the details, but that's really where we're headed. Recognize that this is an unusual request of the board. I believe that it was intentionally covered in our original framework for the CFP in terms of supporting academic research and efforts. This is something that I think is really important for Western Colorado.
Yeah, I'm happy to kind of give a little bit of the framework of the grant. So this is a 3-year grant, $300,000. And the project deliverables will look a little different because this is early stage funding. So the deliverables will be, as Andy mentioned, a hired executive director who will work in tandem with Andy and CMU to execute a shared vision. Hired planning strategic consultant who will work with the executive director to complete new organizational documents, vision, mission, bylaws, you name it, restructure the advisory committee, complete short-term and long-term strategic plans, and get funding committed for the following 3 years, 2028 through 2030. This early stage funding inherently has some risk, as probably all of you are thinking right now, but we have set up some guardrails to mitigate this. First, as Andy mentioned, he's going to be a part of this for multiple years, supporting in the guidance of the hiring of the strategic consultant, of making sure we have the right people on the advisory committee. Staff will serve on the advisory committee in perpetuity, as well as this is less of a grant, more of a partnership. So Amy and I are going to meet with CMU and the Water Center at least twice a year to help them guide them through these deliverables and beyond. This is a lot of effort getting put into building a foundation for the Water Center, not necessarily expecting profound deliverables in the first 3 years. This is really just like, let's get you ready. Let's get the right people in the room, the right documents made, the right finances secured so that they can find success. I think that's kind of the layout. Any questions?
Scott?
So it's advisory, but who makes the final decision? Marshall or?
The final decision, so can you clarify, Director?
Well, in
McGinnis,
other words, in the operation of this, who they hire and fire, what the policies are going to be, who's on the advisory committee. I mean, with this kind of commitment, generally we request board seats, not on our advisory committee, but on the executive committee. So tell me, we're putting our money in, we're putting their money in, so what's?
It's a university center. I think that the final decision, Director McGinnis, is in fact the university's decision. I don't anticipate any problems or conflicts between our vision and the leadership at
Most
CMU.
partnerships don't envision problems. when they start.
I understand. I get it. We can pull our money out at any time. And we are there as a partner to support this coming in. I'm comfortable that shaping not just the advisory committee, and by the way, the Water Center doesn't have an executive committee. It doesn't have it is run as part of the university, but it has a community advisory committee that currently consists of community members and some faculty members. I think that one that can be really vamped up to help meet our mission and done well. I believe that the university, the hiring of the executive director of the Water Center is in fact a university function. I don't want, well, yes, I am co-chairing, that's the intention of co-chairing the hiring committee. I don't want another employee. I don't want to have oversight of running that. I want results from them, and I think we will get them as members of the advisory committee and as a financial partner to the university.
Well, I've read some of the commentary from the faculty members. And I'm stretched sometimes to feel how that correlates with agriculture or something other than recreation and conservation easements and so on and so forth. I don't want an advisory committee stacked with faculty. And I think we're okay with John Marshall, but just remind him we can pull our money.
Director McGinnis, I would add, for every CFP award, we have a contractual agreement. In this case, we have talked about putting some of our shared vision and the perpetual nature of having seats on the advisory committee as part of our grant agreement and potentially a separate MOU. We feel like that's warranted. So this is an area, as a heads up to our legal team, where we may work to craft this contract a little bit differently than our standard language.
Well, I have high confidence in Mr. Marshall, and I certainly have high confidence in Andy, but just want an exit ramp. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Mr. Munger?
So I'll echo on with this, Director McGinnis's comments. So, and then I guess I have a couple of questions. So are we gonna be a phased payment on this thing with deliverables? And it's a 3-year grant with, so like 100 to kick off and then 100 in a year or two and 100. Okay, and then I guess I was just a little confused, 30% fringe benefits. Well, that's pretty damn sweet. So I wish my ranching fringe benefits were that good. So
That's a very standard industry that is in the corporate world and in government world and academic world, that is a very standard number.
King County is at 30%.
So I guess I'll follow up with, and again, we know, and I mean, you go to Boulder and these higher education are mecca for ultra liberals. And I just want to make sure, as Director McGinnis, that we have a balanced approach here and that we're not, and that feeding the conservative, the liberal faction to keep water in the river so we can float it down to Utah. And how we run this thing with the advisory committee as well. So, and again, so I guess, I'm fine with the concept because I think it is important that this happens in our neck of the woods, in our nest, and that we're part of it and we have the ability, and that's why 7A was here, that we did that part of that too, is for us to be able to do these kind of things. And so I'm supportive of it. I'm just leery and, careful what you ask for sometimes.
And I'll respond to your first comment on when cash will be delivered. As you'll see in your packet, each deliverables are spread out by each year, and that funds will not be released until deliverables are met annually. And best practices for early stage funding is a descending order of commitment. And so we're gonna work with CMU and the budget so that a large portion of our grant will start to be released in the first year, let's say 150, then 100, then 50 at the end of the year, so that the grantee is prepared to not be reliant on us post 2027.
Thank you.
Sonia, you
I
have,
think that-
okay, sorry.
A couple of things. I think this is a great long-term play for the River District to be able to be proactive about what research is going on out there and to make sure that the sources include Western Slope Ag and Western Slope needs. So I think the direction's really good. I had some similar questions as Director McGinnis, just about the structure of this new water center, whether it would be receive a new charter from CMU or how that would look. I presume it won't be an independent organization, will be part of CMU, but it seems like just for longevity at CMU, it would be important to have a revised charter that has River District thumbprints on it on how it would look. I think that's important. And then the advisory committee as well. If there's any way to beef up sort of the role of that advisory committee, because some community advisory committees are just sort of, and they're a name only, they have no power. So if there's some sort of connection with the CMU board itself, that has that water center, that could give us a little more security in the future. And I know all those things are under development, but I think that structure of the water center to withstand changes at the CMU leadership would be really critical.
Sonia?
I think when I looked at this proposal, the first concern that I had is that we were paying for someone's salary. And that my preference would be to see us putting our money, as we have with other CFP projects, into the strategic planning or the engineering and that component of it. So I have a real concern about the precedents that we're setting by paying for a university member's salary. That doesn't quite feel right to me. I just want to be aware of the precedents that we're setting, and that when we fund a project like this, there could be other watershed coalitions or groups that come to us asking for seed money to start a watershed group or something like that. And the fact that we'd be prepared on how we're going to answer those, respond to those requests and what our guidelines are around that. One of the things that I brought up too, just in conversation with staff, was just being sure that we were reaching out to former staff members of the Water Science Center to find out what issues they thought, why has there not been support? Why did that support fall off? And what needs to happen in order to have CNU continue to be, they put on some great seminars and talks and stuff in the past, and it was really sad to see that kind of drop off. So I do understand the value of the work that they're doing. My other thought was that there might be other ways about going about getting additional attention on research or studies on high mountain snowpack or water or hydrology that are going on within the basin, and not to put all our eggs in one basket and just focused on this one. One suggestion I would be is just maybe doing a science symposium of some sort, focused on work occurring out in the West. The final, I guess, concern about this project is, in our conversations yesterday about strategic planning and stuff, is this sounds like a lot of work for staff and for Andy. And my question is this the best use of his time? And so just wanted to bring those concerns forward that I had related to.
If I could respond to some of those, Director Chavez, I appreciate your concerns, and I think you're important to hear. I think that we are frankly losing the battle in defending in the not just the academic world, but the science world, in terms of the value of our water use in Western Nevada. We cannot fight that battle alone. We have to create allies to do it. A watershed coalition is not going to help us do that. It is something that we need allies in the academic world to help us develop the correct research and frankly, the workforce that we need to have a solid future. This is an area that if we don't think strategically about, we will lose. There will be, and there already is, paper after paper explaining why everybody here who is engaged in agriculture in Western Colorado is wasting water. Why everybody here whose little communities that we represent are worthless and should be deprived of water for the benefit of those who live in big cities. And if we don't start pushing back, we will not have the ability to withstand the exportation schemes that are coming our way. And local watershed groups, others don't cut it. We are certainly with this $300,000 over 3 years. This is not all of our eggs in one basket in terms of our backing of science and research and technology. I think you know that we backed a number of research projects in your district as well as in Yampa, as well as in the Gunnison, in Upper Colorado. We will continue to back all of those projects to develop that science and that accurate data. The White River Return Flow Study, we sponsored that. You know, there are lots of evidence of our work with ASO, with Dust on Snow, with all of that stuff, all of which should be evaluated on a regular basis to make sure we're spending our money wisely. We're not pulling back on that in order to help CMU. $300,000 out of I think this board allocated close to $8 million last year into CFP is not a huge chunk of that fund. For the return on investment that we will get is incredible. Yeah, I'm committing my personal time to this because I think it's really imperative that we do so. And 10, 20, 30 years down the road, it will pay off. And I think that's what our district has always done, is look out in the future and try to figure out how to map this to the best possible extent for the River District and our success. I think that our constituents deserve a proper defense and a proper offense in every way we can give it to them. And this is just one aspect of that. It's one partnership. It's exactly what this community funding partnership was designed to do, which is enhance our ability to complete our mission. And so my time, I'm not worried about it. I recognize that I get pulled all sorts of directions, but this is one that really matters.
Well, I would say even with those studies that have been done, let's figure out a way among the Information and Education Committee how to highlight and elevate what's already been done.
I support this project. I think you're right, Andy. I think it has sort of a long road ahead of it that will be really helpful. I'm a little concerned, succession planning, that you're named rather than your position is named. I'd like to see some longevity built into the structure of this. And perhaps instead of just a one-time payment for an executive director, maybe a academic seat or a faculty seat, a named seat maybe for the River District. Something that gives this a little bit more longevity, I think would be good.
Appreciate that.
Gary?
Yep, I too really love the concept, and I think it's stating the obvious. When you look at this request and you look at focus area 2.1 from yesterday, where a lot of us put our dots up, this is it right there. So other than that, the Scott's concern and others reflected it, but I think what I just heard here, some other way to kind of keep a little bit tighter grip in this. We're buying into this, maybe a small amount of money to the overall fund that we have, but it's a big amount for what's going on there. And it seems to me we need a little bit more of a permanent president. You know what I'm trying to say. So that to me would be along the lines of what I just heard here, and maybe even Kathy's comments. I think it would do well. Finally, are there other institutions or academic institutions or otherwise that will be coming at us now for money for this? Are we putting our back to the eggs in the one basket. I don't have a problem with that. If we got a good resource there and we keep feeding it and we keep getting the kind of information we need. But are we gonna have others now coming and maybe that's not a problem, but what's the lay of the land there?
Yeah, I would say, I would anticipate, the Western, Colorado Western University in Gunnison has had a water center that is also not doing great. I mean, I think that they have had ups and downs over the decades. It is possible that they will come talk to us about this. Colorado Mountain College serves many of our communities. They don't have a water center today. They don't have, they're not as regional in terms of their graduate level programs, their undergraduate level programs. But they do have some natural resource programming that could probably use some help in terms of water work. And
I would
so-
include
I
CNCC
was
with
just
that
gonna
program
say,
too.
CNC,
Because
right.
that water return flow study, there was peer review through CNCC to help us prove that up with their PhDs.
Through who?
Colorado Northwestern Community College in Rangeley.
So I understand those are, when we talk about opening a door, that's the door that we will have to filter through as we go. I think, the board and the staff of the River District have the ability to pick and choose. It is part of this program. There's a tremendous amount of discretion in there. And frankly, should be, because this is, it's our mission that we're carrying out on behalf of our taxpayers that will let us put our money where the biggest bang for the buck is. And that's my thought.
Well, my final comment, I support it, and I think it's a great first step towards some of the strategic discussions we had yesterday. Thanks.
Scott. Yeah, so Andy, I think you're spot on, excellent. And I think we are opening the door. And I think we've got to do a lot of due diligence with any organization that comes in here. And I'll give you an example. Ever since the drought down in Grand Junction, we probably had 4 or 5 different groups immediately start fundraising, including the Western Colorado Conservation Group. And I can assure that each of those groups, in my opinion, willfully or unknowingly, but probably willfully, have members in there that are right on what you said, that the farmers are wasting our water, this water needs to stay in the river. I mean, we clearly have to have some advocacy, which is why yesterday when we were talking about the tactics, I kept saying, wait a minute. Where are we using this word unbiased? And you brought back, use another word, advocacy. And in a way that has to be, but in order for this to operate, because the people I see that completely surround us, in my opinion, because they've been good at this organizing, are very clever how to, staff the meetings, stuff the meetings, however you want to put it. So structurally, at the very beginning, this is Kathy and Doug mentioned, and Gary and so on and so forth, that we just got to make sure on the structure, because it won't be long. And I'll give you a perfect example of it. Take a look at what Club 20 used to be and what Club 20 is today. In my opinion, the most powerful organization over there is Associated Governments of Northern California, AGNC, because you can only be a member of that if you're an elected official. The structure is just so critical here, because they will try, one, they'll come here to fund their own deals. And 2, they'll try and figure out how to get the seats on the advisory committee. The new president of CMU, when that occurs sometime down the road, and but we sure need it. You are spot on what you're saying exists out there and why we've got to arm up.
Did you say Club 20 only can have elected officials? as
No, I
members?
said Associated Governments of Northwest
Oh,
Colorado. So you don't, Club 20 years ago got some heat that they were too partisan, whatever, and they were running low on money. So they opened up their membership, and of course, lots of different organizations, many of which do not exist on the West Slope, gained members and so on. And in my opinion, it's Associated Governments that has the Bracero.
Yeah, Club 20 even let the River District in.
What's that?
Sonia?
Just one final comment from me. You know, a lot of the academics and professors that get hired at these different universities can come from out of Colorado, not understand anything about water use or water law or water administration, how we use our water. So I think one of the things the Upper Gunnison District has been doing and is trying to strengthen our relationship with Western Colorado University as well is that cross education that happens. And are we asking the right question? Are we visiting producers and the ranchers and farms and understanding the way they use the water? And so, and I think just even having a seat on, as suggested, I think could be really valuable because we could drive some of the questions that we need to know, and the data that we need to gather. And hopefully the universities would support that through their professors' time and research efforts and stuff.
Ready for a motion, Mr. President?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we need a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve staff recommendation of funding 300,000 to Colorado Mesa University for a water center partnership project.
Second.
Second.
Second by Rover, motion by Chandler Henry. Any other further discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passed.
I voted late, sorry. I was voting yes.
We got you. We got you. Like to say it, raise your hands.
I did have one other question on the annual report. What's the annual revenue that comes in last year? Do you remember?
The annual revenue for CFP.
Right.
We allocate 4.2 million to the program as a base for our general funds. I know Ian's online. I'd have to remember the general fund transfer that we added.
That's good. That's close enough. I think that could be an interesting thing to
Concept
add
to
to
put in there.
the
Okay.
annual report. And then the second question I had was, how do you account for district-wide projects in your county by county distribution chart there?
It's a good question. We, well, the distribution chart, but it's a good reminder.
This one that shows how much funding has gone to each county.
Got it,
It's on
yeah.
underlined.
Director Chandler Henry, what we do is we allocate it across the 15 counties
Equally.
So
So my
then they're
concern with
added, yeah.
that is that little counties like maybe Saguache,
Yeah.
Hinsdale, it looks like they've gotten a big chunk of funding for projects and it's actually district-wide. So I
Right.
wondered about having a
Right.
16th one that says district-wide projects, so that it doesn't look, you could end up showing allocations when you hadn't gotten actually any.
I noticed that too.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Ready?
Thank you.
Okay. You ready to move on to external affairs?
Gordon Water Smart.
Oh, no.
Growing water response, everything.
Peaceful guy.
So in the sake of time, I'll be brief. I'm Matt Abusi, the Communications Director, and provide a brief update on external affairs in Q4. Our team, we wear a lot of hats all the time, and Q4 was no exception. We attended events, including CRUA. There was a lot of speaking engagements. Of course, the Shoshone permanency effort dominated a lot of work time, getting the application submitted and finalized. The various types of communications around that, heavy lift on media relations, particularly for Lindsay. An increase in social media use, and there's a number of items outlined in the memo. Happy to take any questions, but Q4 was really busy, and as we move into 2025, we'll have a number of priorities. We outlined, we spent quite a bit of time on that this morning in the I&O committee meeting. I know not everyone was there for that, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to maybe take any specific questions or cover any topics specifically instead of doing a complete run through. Would that be all right?
Questions?
We can pass to Zane. I know he's got some.
I think as a matter of practice, we usually ask the chair of the INO committee to report out. Is there anything you wanted to share with the rest of the board from the committee meeting this morning?
No, mostly I was just really impressed in how much outreach there's been and what you guys are doing. I'm not on social media myself at all, so I can't check in on that, but I will get my grandchildren to. Anyway, that was my main takeaway is just, it's impressive and, you know, I look forward to looking for you guys in places. I certainly read the news drop all the time and, that's a pretty amazing piece of work there, so.
I would just encourage directors to look at the meeting dates included at the end of your packet, and identify your local state of the river, see if you can block your calendar. I'll be in touch if I haven't reached out to you directly before, but we try to encourage participation and find a role for you in that event to let people meet and greet and see what the work is that you do for us. So just check those dates.
One ad from the committee meeting this morning is I think, Lindsay, your role on CRUA on that program committee is really crucial to sort of do some of the things we're looking to do with Colorado Mesa Water Center and just to get that West Slope perspective in there.
Yeah, the public affairs. I think Matt's going to work on the program committee.
Thank you both. Thank you. On to state affairs. I sent you yesterday a timely update on bills that have been introduced in the first 10 days of the legislative session. Along with, I think, 5 bills for our discussion and review today. Before we do that, I want to go through just a quick update on from the state capitol. We've got a number of new faces at the Capitol this year, I think 23 in total, new legislators. The West Slope delegation remains largely the same, a little bit of shuffling around. Our board president has moved from the House to the Senate, and welcome his voice on the Senate Ag Committee. You know, it doesn't appear right now, and I may eat these words later, but it doesn't appear as though we're going to have a lot of major water legislation this year. We're already seeing some, knock on wood, we're already seeing some of the usual suspects, some of which are in front of you for your review today. The dominating theme at the Capitol this year were the limitation. And it's funny, in the time I've been down there, I've been there long enough to have seen it when we had a division of power between political parties and things moved much slower when you had the House governed by Democrats, the Senate by Republicans, or vice versa. The last few years have been a very fast-paced environment due to the fact of one-party control and the abundance of financial resources. That's not the case this year. The state is looking at a $700 million budget deficit, and that tends to slow things down because anything with a fiscal note receives additional scrutiny, and its chances of success, if it has a price tag attached to it, are it's just harder for it to move forward. So there is a lengthy and, I will admit, very complicated overview of what the budget proposals are and some of the impacts to the funds that we rely on in the water community at the state level within your state affairs memo. I do have Gail Berry on the line with us today. Gail is one of our 2 contractors in Denver, really our eyes and ears on the ground when I can't be there. But as many of you know, Gail served as a representative of Western Colorado in the House of Reps and on the Joint Budget Committee. I've asked her to be here to play backup in case you have any questions on the budget or some of the proposals that are there. If there are no questions, I'm happy to move into the legislation for your consideration and action.
Is there any questions for Zane or Gail on that?
Hearing none. I do want to thank Gail, if you're there and you can hear me, Gail. Appreciate the work that you and Chris Vodopol do on our behalf. This is our, I believe, 7th year working with them as our kind of eyes and ears on the ground. As much as I work to maintain a very regular presence at the Capitol, I'm not able to be there every day. Chris and Gail are in the building every day and keep us informed on those days that I cannot be there. I also want to thank Chris and Gail and our general manager, Andy. We were down in Capitol last week and Andy may not have been incredibly happy about it, but I dragged him around to about 12 different meetings with West Slope legislators as well as leadership from the House and Senate, majority and minority. And really, it was a good use of our time and a full day at the Capitol, making sure that Andy was there and we were there to meet with our legislators and others that are going to play a role in the water policy arena this year. So thanks for being with us, Gail. Okay, I did send out yesterday morning or early afternoon a list of bills for your consideration and possible action. I have hard copies of those if any of you would like those instead of reading from your screen. If you would. Director Martinez. Nothing too surprising here, but the first bill for your consideration is House Joint Resolution 1004. This is the annual project approval list for the revolving loan funds that are administered by the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority. The River District has always supported this, as I noted in my email and in the document that's going around. It requires very little work of us to ensure it passes. It's kind of a must pass, and it's but that's not to diminish its importance. There are a number of projects that are financed through this bill and through the Water and Power Development Authority, both in our district and around the state. Staff recommendation on House Joint Resolution 25-1004 is support.
So I have questions, sure. So are we, we passed the new bill, the ballot initiative, JJ. So is that included in the this bill? The additional money, are we seeing, or is there a reflection of that?
Yeah, happy to walk you through that. Proposition JJ essentially de-bruised the revenues that are received by the state from Proposition DD, which was passed by voters in 2019. Those funds go directly into the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund or grant program administered by the CWCB. So those are separate. They're not part and parcel with the Water and Power Development Authority. Water and Power Development Authority is a revolving loan fund that works to help financing of water projects.
But in this bill that you're referencing, there's more bills in there than just the, oh, maybe not. So, okay, so I was confused then.
No problem.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I would move staff recommendation if that's what we need.
Any discussion? Oh, wait, moved by Monger, second by Chavez. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Thank you. The second bill for your consideration today is House Bill 1014. This is a Division of Water Resources, the Department of Natural Resources priority bill. It's primarily focused on fees and permitting for wells, for water wells. But importantly, the bill also staggers the preparation of the abandonment list, requiring that the division engineer prepare the abandonment list for water division 1, 2, and 3 by July 1 of 2030, and then staggering by 5 years, divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7 by July 1, 2035. And then, of course, every 10 years thereafter for each. I've run this by council to ensure that we, no negative externalities or impacts on our work. There's no impacts with that. Presented at both Water Counter State Affairs Committee and elsewhere on the need for increasing. Staff recommendation on this is also.
Phoebe, you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, I was just wondering why Why they're doing it this way instead of, isn't it statewide every 10 years?
It is, what I've heard from DWR is that, it will decrease the workload on DWR and be able to stagger that out and spread it out over the course of 5 years for Front Range divisions, 5 years for West Slope instead of the entire state all at once.
But after this, it'll be every 10 years
Correct. Well,
or
Yeah.
every 5 years?
10 years.
It's every 10 years. I'll go back through it. Divisions 1, 2, and 3 would be on July 1st, 2030, and every 10 years after that. And divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7 would be by July 1st, 2035, and every 10 years after that.
Okay, thank you.
Need a motion to approve?
Make motion to support Chavez. Oh, sorry.
So Sonia makes, Chavez makes the motion, second by Chandler Henry. Any discussion? None? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
The third in front of you today is Senate Bill 25-040. This is an interim water committee bill that was discussed with you at your last quarterly meeting. It creates a future of severance tax and water funding task force to examine severance tax, which we all know is one of the primary contributors to water funding at the state level. But is also very volatile and is decreasing, expected to decrease in the years ahead. The bill received the supermajority necessary to advance out of the interim committee. This has been presented to you previously. Staff recommendation is to support, and staff is committed to working with the sponsors and with leadership to ensure that the River District has a presence or a seat on the task force.
Sonia?
I can't remember what meeting I was in recently, but there was some conversation about concerns about the makeup of this task force and it being very, maybe not quite as friendly to the western slope or quite as inclusive. Zane, I wanted to ask us what your thoughts were, and maybe you could expand on just how that committee would be made up.
The
Task force.
The task force would be appointed by the governor. There's very little definition on who the seats go to. We've had initial conversations with the chair of the interim committee as well, or chair of the Water Resources and Ag Committee, as well as the Speaker of the House. And I have not heard those concerns, but I will be advocating for the River District to have a seat on the task force.
Mr. Munger?
So we're already been in this thing when the governor appoints all these boards. Again, I would lobby, and I'll echo what Director Chavez said. So, I mean, it really works pretty good. If we get a couple appointed by the governor, a couple appointed by the Senate chair, and a couple appointed by the Speaker of the House, I would sure advocate for that. And again,
Andy ran in, you know.
I gave my hip check.
Okay. Anyhow, I would sure advocate for that. I mean, I'm sorry. That's what I have to say.
No apologies. That's
Nice.
necessary.
Mr. Vandenbrink?
Zane, I'm sorry I don't play poker. And I'm sorry to distract you, and I made a little sound, so I think you deserve an explanation. Here's a prime example of a government shooting themselves in the foot. You had something set up that could provide benefit across the state, yanked the funding, and now we're back to square one where we got a deficit in our budget and we're trying to fund water projects on a state that's dependent upon direct flows from a river. We have no choice but to support this because the laws are already in effect. So, but I definitely follow what the other two directors just stated. So, and let's see if we can't make something permanent that's not necessarily politically driven along that nature. So, thank you.
Would remind that it is the pleasure of the board, and if you would like staff to work to amend this bill, staff will do that.
Great suggestion.
Just a further comment, not that it matters anyhow, because we're gonna be eliminating severance tax in the long run anyhow, so it's a futile discussion, but anyhow. I would take my moment to make a motion that we that we move to, amend this with the selections.
Just so that staff has the clarity we need, amend to ensure West Slope representation, to better define the seats, and who appoints those seats. I've heard a few different things. I'm happy to go and work with those and get you what I can.
So both of those, would be my motion.
And I'm just looking at the bill now, and it does look like they're appointed by the speaker, the minority leader, the president of the Senate.
That may be my mistake. I thought it was all
On page
gubernatorial.
3 of the proposed bill, it's got, I think the governor has one appointee.
Okay, well, maybe it's already in there then, okay. I
Do you want to remove your motion
I dare you.
to amend?
I think the West
I don't
Slope
know, I'll-
representation, I think the West Slope piece is still really important.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, well, we'll leave that in.
Yep. Motion stays.
Second.
Wait a second.
Get the clarification you used. I do, yep. And thank you, Director Taylor Henry. I apologize that I missed. That on page 3.
Yeah, I want to make sure you got that word. Zane, have you looked at that? Okay, so the motion now is to amend it to guarantee Western Slope participation on that board. Is that clear enough for you?
Yes, sir.
And you're good with that on a second? The motion is made by Munger, second by Sonia Chavez to amend this motion. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. So we support the amendment.
Thank you, members of the board. The last two bills, I'm not seeking a position, but again, it's the pleasure of the board. If you have a burning desire for staff to weigh in on these, you can. The first is House Bill 1077. This is has come back to us from last session. So the General Assembly passed some additional restrictions on backflow prevention devices. Prescribing that all work on backflow prevention devices must be done by a plumber. There was a bit of a backlash, and now the General Assembly is going back on that to clarify that backflow device inspection, testing, and repair does not require plumbing occupational licensure from DORA. This is calendared for next week in the House. No position is requested. It is a water bill. It came from the Water Resources Review Committee, but I wanted it to be on your radar. Unless there's a motion on that.
I don't have a motion, but I do know the financial impacts that law created for these small rural communities that don't have all those services there. All of a sudden, for me to get my backflow preventer, it went from $100 to close to $500. That's a serious deal. And that's in Rangeley. I mean, come on. So,
Okay, we don't need a position on that, so let's go to 007.
Senate Bill 007 concerning support to increase prescribed burns. This is, I think, an opportunity for me to seek clarification from this board. Past boards at the district have asked staff to pay close attention to the interim wildfire matters review committee. Staff continues to monitor that, but we don't typically bring wildfire bills to you for your consideration or action. I want to take the opportunity to hear from this board on where you want staff priorities placed. Is the wildfire matters committee and the work that they do, the legislation that they recommend, given that it does have some nexus with agriculture, water, with Western Slope, is that something you want us monitoring, reporting to you? And so I bring that up as a point of discussion with the board. I'm not seeking a position on the prescribed burns bill that's in front of you, but wanted it to at least be on your radar and again, seek an opportunity for conversation.
Jerry?
Thank you, Director Catlin. I think it's something that's worth monitoring. There is some overlap of things that we've funded, wildfire prevention, readiness, watershed health, all the rest. Be good to know where other state dollars might be allocated or if there's opportunities to partner with the right people. It seems like something we should be paying attention to at the very least.
Scott?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, that Gail Berry or somebody else just do with it and alert. In fact, I think you ought to look at it, have an alert, open kind of a transactional alert on any committee over there.
Yeah.
On an issue, and then you can look into without email, but all you gotta do is look out the window there and you see where 15 firefighters or something died, right next to Colorado River on storm things. I'm monitoring it.
Okay. Longer.
So I, first off, my question would be, is this stand a chance in hell going anywhere with our current financing and asking for $1 million out of the cash fund?
It's gonna be tough, but given that it did come out of an interim committee, and received broad bipartisan support, the necessary supermajority, I think it has an upper leg, or a leg up, so.
A leg up. Okay, and my second concern, careful what you ask for. The program certifies individuals to conduct prescribed burns on private lands. So does that mean to burn my ditches, I'm gonna have to get certified, or I'm gonna have to be a certified, or to burn my cottonwood trees that I've all got piled up and ready to burn in the next month because of the snow cover?
My
So,
understanding that burn piles are treated differently than prescribed burns.
okay,
They'll provide some reciprocity and some additional flexibility for professionals that may be trained in other states on conducting prescribed burns to be able to be certified by the state of Colorado to do that here. So
okay, well, I appreciate that, and again, I say, careful what you ask for, and I'm a little worried about the unintended consequences, so. I mean,
But I
it'd be
think-
better if I burned my piles than if Mother Nature burns them later.
And I think that's a common theme with the interim wildfire committee. It's be careful what we ask for. There's always unintended consequences with fire. That's really the purpose of that committee. Staff has heard the direction. We'll continue to monitor both staffing and our contractors, keeping an eye on this and bring any additional bills to you if there's a clear nexus.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, Zane. Thanks, State Affairs.
You're welcome. Next, we have federal affairs, and there's not really much going on in DC these days, so we don't really have to do a lot. You know, of course, the 118th Congress came to a close at the end of last year, 119th, scattered in just a couple of short weeks ago. Transition of power, a lot of changes. I would say some uncertainty on where some of the water priorities and the dollars that were appropriated by the 118th Congress will end up in this new Congress. I think we at the staff level and at the leadership level have done a good job of engaging, as always, with our delegation. We're very excited to be working with our new congressman here on the Western Slope. Got a couple of very good conversations with him. I expect that he will be an ally of ours in our work in the 119th Congress. It does look like many of the folks that we've worked with in the agency at the career level will be sticking around at the Bureau of USDA and elsewhere. I feel comfortable that we're going to be able to navigate this new Congress administration in the same way we have previous administrations. There's some uncertainty that it will take time, I think, to get more clarity on the future of dollars that were appropriated by the last Congress. I think we discussed FCPP yesterday. I don't want to burn additional time. We did once at the end of the 118th. There's a bill being heard in the House brought forward by Representative Hageman from Wyoming that being heard this week to reauthorize the SCPP for 2 additional years. We've had conversations with our Senate delegation and others on that, and we'll be engaging per usual through Family Farm Alliance, National Water Resources Association, and through direct contact from staff with legislators, policymakers and folks within the administration. Any questions on federal affairs?
I just have one. You said when the IRA funds that were passed by the last session would be appropriated, but you didn't say if. So does that mean you're expecting them all to be appropriated at some time, or?
It's a really good question. I think Congress holds the purse, and there are dollars that were appropriated by the past Congress, by the 118th, that did not get spent. The new Congress, if they so choose, can redirect those dollars to other priorities. It's something we've seen time and time again when there is that shift of power from one party to the other. I think it's up to us, and when I say us, I mean the water community and leaders in Colorado and throughout the Colorado River Basin, to make sure that members of the new Congress, many of whom are new, understand the importance of those investments and the nonpartisan nature of those investments in drought and water security issues.
So even if they've already been appropriated, they're still at risk?
Congress can do what it wants. Yeah.
Yeah, if they've been obligated via contract, the Congress would have a much more difficult time taking those back. Not impossible, but difficult. Many of those funds have just been announced as being awarded, not contracted. And that's where they're vulnerable. And you know, I think we will help try to steer some thoughtful, intelligent action by Congress when they take that, to try to understand that embedded within that act, while there may have been things that were offensive to one party, that there are also things that are very beneficial to both constituents or perspectives of both parties. We'll do our best.
I do want to take a moment, as was in your federal affairs memo, and General Manager Mueller had an op-ed in the Grand Junction Sentinel last week praising the passage of the Upper Colorado Recovery Reauthorization Bill, as well as the Stop the Spread of Invasive Mussels Act. Those are two bills that we've been working on for years, and they've required a lot of staff time, a lot of work with our delegation. Senator Hickenlooper, I think we have to thank for the reauthorization of the fish bill. And Senator Bennett, who has been working for, I believe, 8 years on the Stop the Spread of Invasive Mussels bill. Those bills both passed in the waning hours of the 118th Congress with broad bipartisan support. And I think credit is due to them for their tenacity and their work with us on that. So.
Just one thing with that, both of what you said about the zebra mussel thing and for the recovery program, it is not being used equally across their jurisdictions.
Dodge.
Okay, and I want to make that very clear, very frustrating.
Yeah.
And we have neither. And why is the White River being ostracized? Very frustrating, very frustrating. What did we do? What haven't we done? What do they want? I don't know. So anyway.
Well, that may be a good segue into policies, because I have an amendment to our Upper Colorado River Recovery Program policy that goes to that exact point.
So do I.
I want to just pause for a moment and give the board an option here. We are running exactly an hour late. And I noticed that lunches here, they happen to be warm sandwiches. And I'm wondering, is it the pleasure of the board to eat and to take a break, grab sandwiches, reconvene here in 15 minutes, and then deal with the remaining items while you're eating? Or would you prefer to just sit and look at the food And and hope that it will still be edible when you're done.
Can I respond? Let's eat.
Mr. President.
Well, why don't we take a quick recess to get yourselves a warm sandwich and come back and we'll do some business.
10 minutes?
15, 12:15, come back.
Would it be such a swear word?
Your triennial board policy review process, as a matter of practice and a matter of board policy, the board reviews roughly 1/3 of its existing policies on a triennial basis. So 1/3 every year, we go through to make sure that these boards are, or that these policies are updated and reflective of, the board's positions. I don't think I need to say it, but I will say these are incredibly helpful for us as staff. As a policy level board, we turn to these often to inform our decisions and the way that we do our work on behalf of our constituents. So I will dive in. We have. Oh, I covered them. Oh, sorry. We have 6 policies up for review this year, and we have 1 lingering policy that the board asked staff to go back and make final edits to at your last quarterly meeting of 2024. The 6 for 2025 are In-Stream Flow, Endangered Species Act, Recreational Water Use, Colorado Water Plan, Water Quality, and the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program Policy Statement. I will dive in unless there are questions into in-stream flows. Staff has made no changes to this. We typically do not make changes unless there's something outdated or something that needs to be updated until we've heard from the board. So in this policy, we've made no changes and present it to you for your consideration and feedback. And also as a reminder, a policy needs to appear per your policy on the agenda at 2 quarterly meetings before it is eligible for final readoption.
Does this give the River District what it needs in the Shoshone work on in-stream flows? Is there anything additional that we need to do?
I believe so. I think that this policy has served us well. I turn to council for any thoughts on that. None from my perspective.
Norman. What was that? No, I can't talk. Sorry, nor mine. Okay.
Okay. No requested edits. We will bring this back to you at your next quarterly meeting where it will be eligible for readoption. Second is the Endangered Species Act policy statement. No changes to the policy statement itself, but staff did do a little bit of trimming within the background and discussion section. The trimming is largely due to the fact that we have a standalone policy on the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program. So staff did trim that out of the discussion and background section on the Endangered Species Act policy.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll come back to it, I guess.
That'll be presented to you next quarter and will be eligible for final adoption. Recreational water use is the 3rd policy in front of you. No changes from the staff on this. It was last revised and readopted in 2022. This is another one that has served us well.
Any questions? Seeing none, I guess we'll move on to the next.
Keep going. Colorado Water Plan. There are a significant number of updates to the background and discussion section. Staff has made no suggested changes to the policy statement itself. This is really the changes in the background and discussion section are really to reflect, to add some clarity. There was some confusion on where numbers came from when it was last amended and adopted, and then to update it to reflect the new updated Colorado water plan itself. Those suggested changes through the background discussion, of course, are tracked in red.
Are there any discussions? Looks like we're good with that.
You do this over lunch every time.
Good, so.
The last policy of the 2025 policies is water quality. One minor change in the background and discussion section. No major change, no changes at all to the policy statement itself. We've obviously seen a lot of shifts in the interpretation and the implementation of the Clean Water Act. I think all of those are contemplated and reflected in the statement as it's written today, but welcome any feedback or thoughts.
Okay, I have a question actually for Director Chavez. After your work on the Water Quality Control Commission, do you think we need any more strength in this policy of the River District as far as supporting local water providers or even anything more? I can feel it feels pretty bland, and I know there's a lot of anxiety out there about regulations from the Water Quality Control Division and costs that are affecting wastewater and water providers through that. I don't have any suggestions, but it was a question on whether we needed to beef this up any to support our local.
Hey, until we learn more about the River District's comments on the state's program.
Pleasure is one.
I think that the one concern I've had and that I talked to Zane about is just having adequate staffing, advocating for adequate staffing resources here on the western slope to carry out the program. I think to some extent, my advocacy while on the commission regarding having more meetings out here on the western slope so that we can attend them, kind of fell on deaf ears. And so I don't know if there's maybe something else we can do in terms of our advocacy for just having a chance to participate in some of the meetings. I mean, they're all held, I think, one a year on the front range.
Did succeed in the legislation last year to draw in, maybe it was a suggestion from the General Assembly, that staffing hires being made on the western slope. But I'd be happy to go back and try to draw in some language that points to the need for adequate resources and representation on the western slope.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
It would be helpful. I will just say, the presentation we had yesterday, I appreciated Kelly willingness to participate. We scheduled that at a time and on a day at the request of Annette Quill, and made clear that our preference as a board was to have a human being present at a meeting. And we received notice end of last week that Quill was unable to attend in person. And then, I mean, that was a very specific date and time that they asked for. And then we were told no. It's pretty frustrating. As a West Slope entity, I thought Kelly did a great job. I don't want to insult her, but there's no substitute for in-person communication. And so it is a consistent concern that we have with that particular division.
Yeah.
So.
No, I emphasize to her that, kind of feels sometimes like the forgotten stepchild.
Yeah.
And that I think that the divisions lost their connection with the constituents, understanding the impacts of the laziness on expenditures, things that people have to do, so yeah, I think saying maybe just a little bit of language there and advocating for that could be helpful moving forward. One more thought in my mind, I can't, sorry. I'll talk to you offline.
Yeah, as always, staff is open. If you have thoughts or ideas after the meeting's adjourned, please reach out, let us know. Okay.
So we'll bring that back with changes that we're talking about here. And that will be, when we get there, that will be its first review. No, we'll do still.
No, it would be the second review, and thus, if the board is pleased with the work that staff's done, it will be eligible for the adoption, but we can always go back and do more work.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was on the right sequence. Longer.
So I didn't get to go through all of this and read it word by word. I guess this whole thing, I really worry about the cost benefit. And when we continue cutting off slices of the pie, and you know, that last slice took this much more to get that. And how much benefit did it provide? And so I mean, yeah, we could get 100% protection. But what does that 100% protection get us? And so I really worry about that, so.
Mr. Vander.
I'm gonna add one more piece. Colorado already has a 401 Clean Water Act certification permit as well. I don't recollect seeing that. And maybe it's in there and I read over top of it, but that protection already has to coincide with another permit, so. And there's quite a few sideboards that are required with that, and that alone presently has about a 2-year delay and is outsourced from the state because they do not have the staffing to complete it. And it's paid by the hour. I get that, but.
Sonia.
I think, so I went to the leadership of the district on the selenium TMDL that happened in the Lower Gunnison Basin. I think the fact that we were so ahead of the game and we had the data collection there in anticipation of the TMDL, that was a much better process than what happened in the Grand Valley. And so I think wherever maybe the district's water quality monitoring program could be connected to, you know, what are those next basins that have TMDLs that are gonna be, you know, where are they ranked in terms of high, medium, low, and priority, and how can we help those constituents get ahead of the game as well? And because with the program, when I was working on it with DK, we would always stagger our sampling in between when we knew the state was going to be there, so that we can get more data points on a stream segment. What is problematic is when there are TMDLs developed where there's only 1 to 3 data points over multiple years. You're basing policy regulation on an incomplete picture. And so maybe even some language there on the ways that our joint funding agreement with USGS can help to maybe fill gaps. And I think in that way, maybe you can get more funding and support from the constituents who would benefit from that data as well.
Great. Good, very good suggestion.
Director Chavez, how does that differ, if I may ask, between number 2 within the policy statement itself? Water quality regulations, classifications, and enforcement decisions should be based on sound scientific data and methodologies, et cetera.
It doesn't, I would say maybe it's just that, that could probably stand alone, but just I think the direction to staff, just to kind of see where there's an ability to fill in gaps for TMDL development, that is done.
Okay.
We might want to review the background discussion and see if there are places we could enhance that with.
And I'm happy to draw in some level of a commitment by the River District to work with our constituents in various basins within the district to be prepared.
Yeah.
More of a proactive language.
And sometimes it's a moving target because the division will say, like, this debate is coming up, new regulations are gonna be done, and then they'll move another 10 years. So it can be sometimes frustrating. But
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the water quality?
We'll come back and see it in April, I guess.
Yes, sir. And then lastly, the holdover from last year's review process is the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program policy statement. This is largely the instruction that the board provided to staff at the last quarterly meeting was to go back to, we made some changes that I think maybe introduced more confusion than anything. So we eliminated those. The first major red line, bullet point 3 in the edited version in front of you, has been present since January of last year, and I have heard nothing from the board on that. The second red line, which is bullet point 7 or 8, the board grappled with that a bit, and I think what we did is decided to simplify and remove the statement related to the removal of any risk of allegation. I've gone back to the recording and listened to it a few times. This is what I heard from the board. I'm happy to accept additional feedback. And then lastly, the final bullet point, the addition of equitability was at the request of Director Van Brink and supported by the board.
So he brought it up to go with him. And yesterday he was there to bludgeon us with it. I said, hell, you might be a politician.
I don't know what to say, other than I'm gonna let you sit in it today.
I couldn't help, sorry.
I didn't mean to tee you up for that.
I'll take it.
But this board, or this policy as edited, is eligible for final readoption. Those 3 changes are the changes that staff has made.
Well, we need a motion for that.
Do we need, I mean, equitable is a word that I'm gonna get scolded for, but I'm open to suggestion. I'll take it. And I get it. I would use that word because it was what was used on my instance, so. Implement, I guess the only thing I would maybe have, and if you don't like it, that's fine. Implement elements of the program throughout the Colorado River District boundaries.
I agree with that.
Okay? Just implement the damn program the way it's supposed to be throughout the River District boundaries.
I think that's what equitable means.
Well, I never say it.
That's what.
Can you make that change and we still vote to approve?
We can, yeah. I'd like to make sure I understand what the suggested revision is and have support from the board for that.
Or I'd say without prejudice. And I don't like that one either, but that's where I feel. Sorry, folks.
So strike on an equitable basis and say without prejudice throughout the River District boundary.
I wouldn't say without prejudice. I mean, I was being facetious there, so. Boy, I can't win right now. I'll take it. That's all right. I'm just hearing what you guys are talking about, and I understand equitable. I'm with you on that. It was a buzzword. I get it. But I just want to make sure that they're doing their job and the program's being applied as it should be. Because frankly, on the White River, there was prejudice involved.
Can you just say throughout the River
Well,
District's
it was
boundaries?
inequitable.
Well. You had your language, so you read what's right. Repeat that language.
Recovery program implementation throughout
Throughout the river.
the Colorado River District boundaries.
Full responsibility for the successful completion of the program's recovery implementation throughout the River District boundaries. Yep.
Yeah.
So we're striking from elements on an equitable basis.
Yes.
And it will now read, ensure that the recovery program assumes the full responsibility for the successful completion of the program's recovery implementation throughout the River District's boundaries.
Maybe, I think that misses the objection that the White River Basin is making, and understandably, and so I might just recommend recovery implementation elements on an even-handed basis throughout the River District.
Right-click synonyms.
I'm not gonna vote for changing this wording.
It's fair.
I think we're taking a word that's been in the English language for probably 5,000 years, however long England is, however old England is, and putting political interpretations on it in a way that distorts this paragraph beyond where it's. It's very clear the way it's written, in my opinion.
I feel that way, but I understand the sentiment.
You know, if you look at the state contracts, you get that word and right behind it, they help define it, they talk about social justice and so on.
Well, we don't.
This word has taken a whole new meaning. And leave it in there, just opening the door for those type of agendas to come in on it, and I hear what you're saying, and I like the language you put in there, but for us to go ahead and concede to equitable now, it's not being used as it has traditionally been used. And again, as an example, look at a state contract that has nothing to do with social issues. You can see what you have to sign on the bottom if you want your money. Equitability.
So it's also on bullet number 6 too, by the way.
Get rid of it.
Oh,
We got plenty of words.
so we got precedent.
Impartial? Reasonable?
On an impartial basis throughout the river district's boundary.
Yeah, synonyms for equitable.
Well, Andy, you opened it back up. What's your replacement?
Even-handed is another, yeah. Unbiased.
Add more to the discussion, but I would point out that I think there's a difference between equitability when it comes to the protections of a program and equitability as interpreted as resource sharing or the redistribution of resources.
Why do you even want to go into that? That's not the only word you have available.
That's true.
Impartial, somebody said that. Even-handed, I mean, that's right here, I'm just looking for other synonyms and.
But your complaint, right, was.
Absolutely.
Was that the White River was left out. So it could be impartial and even handled, but the White River could still be left out. So it doesn't quite.
Here are some synonyms for even-handed.
Artificial intelligence. Fair, just.
You know, if I can just point out, in our state, 1922 was the proponent of the equitable apportionment of the Colorado River as opposed to the prior appropriation. This is a word that has historic significance and is totally appropriate to use in this policy, and it doesn't carry with it the implications of current cultural battles over what that means. It is a geographic basis of the White River believes that they have not been. Does anybody have?
Everybody's.
Well,
I think we should say. Way. Would you like that? I'm just teasing you.
I understand. I'm trying to be sensitive to the comments that I'm getting back, but I'm also expressing that there's great frustration through the White District. And I'm trying to be polite about it.
Well, I think Andy's point about the historic use of equitable distribution of water makes a lot of sense here. And when we talk about future compact curtailment and East Slope participation, I don't know that there's a better word for that than equitable either. I think we get ourselves into culture wars that maybe aren't helpful for water.
I'm okay with equitable in this instance.
Well, I can give you example after example. I mean, it's geographic example. You know, in Grand Junction, we had to change bus route to pick up 10 people. Because it was equitable to go up to that area instead of where we could have picked up 45 people. And that's the buzzword of today. And when you talk about even insured recovery program, it seems the full responsibility for successful completion of recovery implementation. I don't know why we're asking for trouble. You can't, if the interpretation today, Andy, is a lot different than the interpretation back then. And much broader interpretation, why leave it open for somebody to.
Scott, if we stick the word geographic in front of equitable, we are talking about geographic equitability. Is if we stick the word geographic in it, does that help?
I'm just warning you.
I understand. I think it's up to the board if there's a motion, if there's, you know,
Andy's suggestion, it would read completion of the recovery program, or sorry, of the program's recovery implementation elements on a geographically equitable basis throughout the River District boundaries.
Isn't that what we're after? Is geographical?
Yeah.
Well, those two words together might work.
Throw that in front of an attorney and will they change that definition? Does that change the definition of equity?
Doesn't change the definition of equity,
Yeah.
but specifies what you're referring to.
Correct.
I think it gets to what the original intent of the change in that provision.
I would move that we adopt this with the change.
Geographical in the sentence.
Second, and thank you very much for the discussion.
Motion by Monger, second by Vandenbrink. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Thank you.
opposed?
Thanks, directors, for your consideration and discussion. Thank you.
Sorry, I teased you about that.
Oh, it's all right.
Thank you all very much. We will bring those policies that we discussed for 2025 back at the next quarterly meeting for additional changes or final readoption. Thank you.
project updates. Audrey Turner is gonna stand in for our flu-ridden director of financial, our director of finance and administrative services. So we have a few members, but Audrey's gonna take the water marketing policy. If you would lead the discussion, Audrey, that'd be fantastic.
Sure. So moving through this relatively quick, Fonzie, we're behind schedule, but the board typically reviews the water marketing policy annually. The board revised their policy in 2006 to allow annual increases up to the Denver Aurora Lakewood CPI plus the new growth index. And so in 2023, that total was 6.22%. And in January of 2024, the board approved an increase of 6.2%. So that was the increase in the pricing last year. This year, and the figures are based on September 2024 data, so just recognize that. The CPI was 2.5% and new growth was 1.36 for a total of 3.86. So it seems like inflation has slowed a bit, but we do still anticipate seeing some increase in our cost of goods and services. And so the recommendation from staff is to approve 2025 pricing that will be billed to our contracts in March with a payment due by June 30th, with an increase of 3.86 to the pricing. And then maybe, Hunter will give a little bit of context as to our historical pricing and as well as our contracting.
Thanks, Audrey. Yeah, I just want to highlight a couple sort of big picture trends in our contracting. We have almost 20,000 acre feet of contractable water. We've currently contracted about 4,200. So just on a big picture perspective, we have a lot of water that's still available. There's a big opportunity there for the enterprise. So if anybody has any great marketing ideas, I would love to see more of that marketed. It depends a little bit on how you count. We also have these contracts where with right of refusal, like up at Elkhead with the water trust. So it depends a little bit on how you look at it, but we've contracted roughly 21 to 30% of our contractable water. So just wanted to put that forward. I also wanted to point out in the last graphic that Ian put in there, it shows the water sales revenue. I look at that and see a trend of kind of flat, maybe declining. And one other thing to note with that is that does not account for inflation. So if you accounted for inflation, we'd probably see an overall decrease in trend in revenue.
Any questions from you, Greg?
Yeah, how are the prices set? I mean, they're really variable on all the different lists there. How did those come about?
I think that goes back a long ways. I'm not sure how they were originally set, but I think it's largely based on the market. I mean, our most expensive, I think, is Eagle Park, where supplies are really tight. That's also where we have at least in terms of percentage, the most water contracted. In Elkhead, there's really not that much demand. So that's where our cheapest water is.
It looks pretty cheap above the Roaring Fork. Yeah. Which has not very much water.
Yeah.
But if it's like a lot of other places, nobody wants to buy it. Demand it, so it just runs by. So, you
That would
know.
be great.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Question I have then is, but a lot of I look at, and I'm just gonna use Elkhead as a reference. I say, I mean, a very small portion of that. But you've got an area that, I mean, Elkhead's availability of water is fairly young, per se. I mean, is there ability for us to do a demonstration with somebody to say, this is what happens when they can get an additional watering on their crop or an extra month to where they can turn another cutting of alfalfa or something like that, of a value-added ag crop?
Yeah.
And then their neighbor can kind of see, because I have that happening right now on the lower part of the White River. And they're moving their suctions around, start pulling some groundwater or return groundwater out. And then their neighbor's like, how the heck did you get another cutting on or another 3 weeks of watering? And then you see, yeah, but then you start seeing your neighbor going, how did you get that new hay bine? I couldn't get that last year. You know, so is that something to consider? I don't know.
So I think it's an interesting idea, just for a little bit of background. There was the pilot project several years ago, and then it was an extraordinarily dry year. We released water. That water was available for people to pick up, and they did pick it up. So that's not, I don't think that's exactly what you were describing, but it's something that in the past that's along those lines.
No, it's not, but it's along the same lines, but maybe find somebody that, you know, pick on somebody.
Yeah.
Make phone calls. You know, I'm sure there's somebody out there that'll help you contract a few acre feet of water. But I'm speculating on that, but
We would, I mean, that pilot project was a lost leader or an attempt at that, trying to get people to understand the value of the water that they could actually grow crops with and then pay for it. The issue has always been getting anybody to pay for agricultural water is very, very challenging. And we have very limited success at that. Now, extra, you know, if we offered some incentive for late season cropping, we could try it and kind of look at that. It would require that we provide the water for free initially. And then when we say we're gonna charge, I'm pretty sure we know what would happen.
I wouldn't say necessarily for I get what you're saying. Thank you.
I think a couple of years ago, based off the egg prices, if you actually fall irrigated deeply, you put X amount of water out there, you actually would pay for it by the pounds on the calf that you put on that calf. You'd actually pay for it with I think it was 250 head or something. So it was money ahead by doing it. Sitting there laughing about it, going, oh.
Excuse me,
Where's that water at?
Stagecoach has the same problem. Yeah, we have 80% of our water, and if it's not feeding houses, and if it's not feeding development, ranchers are not gonna pay for it. And if they aren't, and if you've already got, I mean, so we got already priorities and we're all above the, you know, the compact, you know, the compact line and the rest. You can't pencil this out to grow another half crop. And then to put the infrastructure in there to be able to use that on new additional acreage, that's part of the problem too. So I don't know what this scenario is, but I think we need to continue on with our, again, we battled with, we had 30-year contracts on Stagecoach, and they all came due at the same point in time because the dam was 30 years old and all those contracts came up same time. Man, we had so many battles with those ag people. I mean, again, justifiably, they're starting to make some money on the cows, but man, you know, it was a battle for them to take any raise in price, and they were already getting a 3/4 discount compared to M&I. So it's a battle, and without feeding houses, it's hard to be able to justify it.
One final follow-up is, I mean, ag and water retention for ag is a key priority for the River District, and I just recommend that we take a look at, just take a look at it again. Are we missing? Pardon?
In terms of what? What do you mean?
Take a look at how we can market this water and get this value-added ag going within the River District. And get some folks to want to utilize it or see the value of, yeah, it's expensive to put the water on the ground, but you're gonna be getting more profitability. And I get what Doug's saying, but how do we take another stab at this thing to kind of keep this water on the western slope? Rather than just letting it go up to evaporation loss or something like that, so.
So I have a more interesting question for Andy. So can we sell some of Elkhead water and deliver it down to Lake Powell, and then we get paid for SCPP? So we get paid?
Or Barrett's.
You gotta think outside the box, man.
Tribes are asking.
I don't think our district is, I believe, speaking of policies, that we might have a policy opposed to interstate water marketing. So,
Okay.
I think that we would not be inclined to do that.
Well, but in the meantime, we just release it anyhow, and it runs down there for free, and they get the benefit of it free.
But
we don't get paid for it.
There's also no consumptive use that we would be halting and delivering.
You have to draw.
I am wondering if this water is not selling now anyway. Why don't we just subsidize agriculture with this water?
Oh, we do.
We do.
So if you don't want it to flow down to Lake Mead and we are obligated to sell it, and yet we're not, ranchers aren't taking it because they have to pay for it, I don't see where the problem is. Well, we just give it to you.
Because our enterprise is a business and we have assets that we have to maintain and that are not supported by tax. And I will also say, I mean, and I think this was covered in the memo, our reservoirs that were originally built for consumptive use are being utilized by third parties in non-consumptive leasing. We started that in-channel leases. We started back in 2018. And that's our one revenue
Like
source.
for minimum flow, you mean for?
Yeah, for in-stream flow, for fish enhancements, we have
Okay.
recreational interests that lease water. That's really where the market for water leasing is, and I'd really like to avoid giving that away for free. It costs us quite a bit to maintain those water sources
Who
and
buys those in-stream flow waters?
variety of people. The Colorado Water Trust has a lease with us up in Yampa.
Tampa River Fund chipped in on that one.
The Yampa River Fund. We've had deals with the CWCB out of Rudeye for ice mitigation and
Oh,
other
yeah.
in-channel uses.
Mhm.
We've had discussions out of Wolford with a number of environmental groups to put water in the upper Colorado. So that's where we'd like to maintain that. I think that giving that away for free then creates a great sense of entitlement, under which we get strapped with the costs of the dam maintenance and the obligations, the O&M obligations. And it creates a culture of thinking that we're in the business of handouts. And I can't support that as your chief financial officer saying, we're gonna bankrupt the enterprise by doing that.
It just seems to me that we have a catch-22 where we have water that is not sold, but we really want to make sure that we don't lose any more water out of the West Slope. It seems to me I don't get it. Like, we can talk about it another time. It's weird.
We're not at a threat of losing that water. I mean, the water is in a reservoir. It'd be ideal if people were leasing it from us. But we're in the same situation that most augmentation providers are in, that have water available. The people that can pay for the O&M and for the operations and everything else that goes into it it's not grass hay. If there's an opportunity that we run that down the river, we meet a temperature requirement and a fish regard or fish flow, and then downstream users can pick it up, we're augmenting the system. That's what we're doing. But if you think that, we run these numbers in Uray County, nobody's gonna buy hog water so that they can put up half a cutting in July or August for just, it's not, you're not at the rates we need to charge to build or maintain a reservoir. No way.
Mr. Monger?
I would move staff recommendation. We'll get us moving along here. Sorry.
Second.
Great
Motion
discussion.
made by Monger, second by Chandler Henry. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you. Well, Andy's comment about the cost of owning and maintaining reservoirs is a really good segue to my next memo. So I have, five contract requests related to Wolford and Elkhead reservoirs. Should I go through them individually and take motions on each one or do them all at the end?
What's the pleasure of the group? You want to hear all 5 contracts? We vote on one time for all of them?
Yeah, let's do that. And if we got a concern, we can pull one after we go through them.
Work for you? Work for you, Mr. Attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, please present this contract.
Thank you. So I'll be summarizing and requesting contract request from my memo on page 257 of your PDF. The first 2 requests, I'll give a little bit of background. In September of this year, the River District, working with our project partners, with our facilitator, with our subject matter experts, we conducted a comprehensive dam safety evaluation. We're working on a report with our facilitator to document that CDSE, and I expect it to be done by the end of next month. With that in mind, I'll be coming back to the board in April to present on that final report. That report is going to have recommendations. We're working on those now, we're prioritizing them. But my request relates to getting some authorization now so that once we have those recommendations, I can start acting on them in a timely manner. So those first 2 requests are, firstly, for an amendment with the contract with HDR by $40,000 up to $90,000. That's a CSA contract. And the next one would be for a new CSA with WW Wheeler and Associates for $50,000. I'll go to my next contract request and let's have questions on that one. So the third contract request is for inundation mapping at Elkhead Reservoir. Inundation mapping is a industry standard tool that we use to better understand the risk and help to mitigate risk from a dam. So it essentially is just a modeling and mapping exercise where you map out the area downstream of a dam that would flood in the event of a catastrophic failure. We currently have mapping, but it goes back to 2006 and the mapping stops just below the city of Craig. And in that point, there's still significant impacts. So in our most recent engineer inspection report from the state, they requested that we revise that mapping and have it go further downstream to a point where the inundation area from the dam collapsing falls within the 100-year floodplain. So this contract request is to implement that request by the state to get revise our inundation mapping to go further downstream. It is, as a side note, it's a good opportunity for us to improve the inundation mapping. The state of the art since 2006 has improved significantly. So it's a good opportunity there. And one other side note is that we have other projects in that. We have other partners in that project, Tri-State through the Yampa participants, the city of Craig, the recovery program. So we would actually only be on the hook for about 28% of that bill. So my request is for authorization to enter into a contract with WW Wheeler and Associates for $120,000 for inundation mapping at Elkhead Reservoir. I'll move. You have a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
About the Elkhead inundation mapping piece.
Yep.
The state has also revised their wet weather and dry weather.
Yep.
Maximum potential flood mapping.
Yeah, so this effort will include the hydrology.
Thank you.
For the extreme.
Because it's probably going to be much lower
Most likely.
than what it was before. So I would, good to hear that. Thank you.
Can you describe what is the modeling software? How does it work? What does it provide? I've never seen it since like the old versions.
Yeah, I've never done it myself. The old versions were more simple, 1D version. We've gone to the 2-dimensional version, and it essentially simulates the dam evaporating. And then you have this, 24,000 acre foot wall of water that moves downstream. And then they map out what that would look like over time. So for emergency managers, you would be able to say, this wall of water is gonna hit Craig after so many hours, and it will cover up this much area of the valley bottom. So it's really helpful, in the event of an emergency. So that's why the dam safety branch is requesting.
This has got to be my least favorite discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not comfortable.
Yeah.
It's really good for developing heartburn.
Yeah.
Well, it's amazing how far it goes down too.
Yeah.
I mean, up, down the valley.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's all, if I could, Hunter, this also has the potential to lower your insurance premiums too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, because if your inundation area is less based upon the wet weather hydrology, the maximum potential flood at a sudden failure mode.
Yeah.
Your insurance will be less because you're not damaging as much real estate or personal property.
You mean the increase in our insurance, even less?
If they still cover.
Ours went down.
Yeah, okay.
Wow. Yeah, and we got additional coverage too, so it pays off, so.
All right. Any other questions? Let's move on.
Okay, the fourth request is for a new buoy line at Elkhead Reservoir. In Elkhead, we have a tower with all of our water comes into it. We have a aeration system that keeps the screens on the outside of the gates clean. When that runs, it creates all this turbulence in the water, which is a safety hazard for boaters. So we have a buoy line that keeps people away, or at least that's the intent of it. It's original to the 2006 construction, and that buoy line is just degraded. We tried to fix it. It's kind of a mess. So we're just gonna replace it. It's actually a good opportunity to do it because the recovery program is paying to have Pacific Netting come out in the spring and install a new debris line. It's a much more expensive, several $100,000 project. So we're gonna be able to kind of piggyback on that with mobilization and delivery and that sort of thing. So we'll be able to take advantage of that and install this new buoy line. And then my fifth and final contract request is with Landmark Surveying for continuing services agreement. Landmark performs the surveying at Richard Dam. It's a really critical part of our monitoring of the dam. It goes all the way back to the original construction. So it's a really good long-term data set. Helps us keep a really close eye on the dam. It includes both traditional surveying where they go out with tripods and check on each one of those deformation monuments. And there's also a new component since 2020 where the survey team scans with LiDAR thousands of points on the downstream face of the dam to give us a really high definition perspective of the deformation. So that last contract request is for a 3-year CSA with Landmark Surveying for $102,000. Any questions or anything else on the contract requests?
I just have one short, what is deformation? What does that mean?
Just in the sense that Richard Dam has experienced some unexpected settlement and downstream movement.
So that's what it's called? It's
Deformation. Yeah, we have a deformed dam.
Okay. My mind is sometimes.
Which all earth.
Deformation, so.
All earth dams settle to some degree. So we're keeping an eye on that.
Okay, no, I was fine with what the concept of, didn't understand the words.
Just
Okay.
trying to keep the terminology.
What's the level of accuracy?
Equitable.
Equitable deformation.
I don't know off the top of my head. It's really accurate. The biggest problem we have with the LiDAR is that it's scanning the surface. And the surface is riprap and there's fishermen and there's animals, so you'll see little bits of movement. But it's still a really effective way to look at the big picture on the downstream face.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve staff recommendation and approve these 5 contracts.
Second by Martinez, motion by Munger, second by Martinez. Any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Could I just add in one last thing? We have a position for water resources engineer / project manager open right now. It's open through next week, so if you have anybody interested in working at the River District on our tech team, please spread the word.
Was that on the latest news release,
I think it was in there.
I'm sorry.
Was the job opening on the last email? I thought I saw it on
Yep.
there.
Up front banner.
Just want to make sure I knew how to share it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just curious whether we haven't built the geotechnical engineer. Did you
This is.
switch to, okay, this is the position, just seeing if you get a more interest in the different title.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Hunter, appreciate it. I have, the last item on the agenda, I actually do have something to say about the future meetings. They're listed there, the, state of the river meetings, we expect to get all 15 board members at all 11 of our state of the river meetings.
You'll be
Right?
sorry.
Gary, that's a new requirement of board members. No, it's not. It's just, we wanted you to have those dates so that you can hit your local state of the river. We have discussed with the board a concept that I want to talk about today so that we can get ready for it in April, so we can do it in July. And that is our third regular quarterly meeting, July 15th and 16th. Is, we would like to, staff is recommending that we tie that into a tour of some Trans Mountain diversions up in Grand and Summit County. I think we talk an awful lot about them. Some of our directors have seen them. We've done tours before, but many of our directors don't know them or understand them. We would like to do that. And in order to do that, we would like to recommend that we do the tour on the Monday, the 14th of July. And then on the regular meeting, we would like to recommend that we have it in Winter Park in Grand County. During a time where it hopefully will not be negative 37. That we could actually, we're gonna try to get there's a water center in Winter Park that is a beautiful facility. But in order to have a board meeting, a regularly scheduled board meeting, our statute allows us to do that as long as we post notice and set that at our prior regular meeting. But our bylaws actually don't seem to allow us to move our regular meetings from Glenwood Springs. And so in April, in order to have this meeting, our legal counsel would have to come back with some suggested language on the change in bylaws to allow you to set your third quarterly meeting in Winter Park. I really think this is a valuable exercise. We're trying to maximize both board and staff time by having it connected to a board meeting rather than having yet another obligation for a day or two for the board. So I'm just interested in feedback. Does that plan sound reasonable? Would you be willing to amend your bylaws in a limited fashion to allow us to schedule that meeting? We would have to set it in April because that's how, at least that's how I read our statute. Our legal team would have to come up with the language for the bylaws, but that's where we're what we're recommending. So any thoughts on that from the board's perspective?
This has only to do with our regularly quarterly meetings.
Yes.
We've had plenty of meetings in other locations, but that's.
Right. We actually, we have a workshop that's annually, usually in Grand Junction, a budget workshop. Our special meetings, many of them today are by Zoom. They're not in person. And occasionally we will schedule a meeting. I think I've attended them actually back when I was on the board and at Wolford Mountain Reservoir or at Elkhead. Those are special meetings generally. We haven't done that in a while. We could schedule a special meeting and just do it at a different time. We're trying to be conscious of the fact that we ask an awful lot of directors, so.
So following up, I think it'd be great. I think it's a good concept. Let's do it. If we do have to amend our bylaws, let's go for it. But the question then would be, we have a Monday tour, Tuesday meeting. Are we spilling over to Wednesday?
Most likely. We are, Gary.
In Winter Park.
In Winter Park. We generally, I know back when you were on the board, we had this somewhat occasional practice or not so rare practice of having a one-day.
That's
For our
going on.
quarterly. You guys talk too much. So, and for us to have a one-day meeting, I appreciate the engagement. I think it's.
That side of the table, that is.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I just want to say, we have, and we have an awful lot going on business-wise.
Yeah.
It requires engagement of the board. So we have not been able to have a one-day quarterly meeting.
Well, but we're talking about a 3-day
Yes,
quarterly now, okay.
yes, correct.
Just
All right.
one time.
Yes.
Peter?
I just want to clarify that, the statute is specific to the quarterly board meetings, a statutory requirement
Not
for the
special.
Tuesday meeting.
Mhm.
You could have the Tuesday meeting in the existing location and the Wednesday of, you call a separate special meeting for that Wednesday, hold it somewhere else like you do with the Grand Junction special board workshop and special meetings, other special meetings you've had elsewhere. But if you want to have it Monday, tour on Monday, meeting on Tuesday in another location, Winter Park in this instance, then yes, you will have to change the bylaw.
I'm okay with that, just surprised we need it, but I trust our attorneys.
Unger?
Yeah, so I'd like to see those projects. I really would. I mean, hell, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to know what's going on. So I'd like to really see them. I've always been crazified about how that a word, but confused about why. And so I would like to see us change our bylaws. If we need to do that through one of our legislative calls, to change the bylaws.
We could do that at a legislative meeting. We could also do it at our quarterly meeting in April.
So, oh, okay.
Yep.
So I guess we're not gonna get statute changed.
Nope.
And no, we don't want to probably open up
We do
that
not want
can of worms, so we just leave that be, but I would really support whatever needs to happen to do.
Yeah, I agree.
I will say, having our regular quarterly meetings here makes sense if you think about how long it takes directors to drive from anywhere in the district to get to here. It's a pretty central location. If we started regularly having quarterly meetings in Hinsdale County, for instance, it would take a long time for many of us to get there. So not recommending something like that. I'm just something narrowly tailored with the board.
And that not including the staff too. I mean,
Right.
So.
I long ago went on a Upper Basin tour that the River District promoted, and it had people from across the Western Slope, and it was in Grand County, and I'll never forget one of the Grand Valley irrigators looking at the Fraser River said, "This is it. This is all you have." I feel terrible for you. So it was so impactful. I think it's really important.
Did you have something? You had your hand up once?
No.
Okay.
So no objections to this.
Trying it, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
It seems fair.
As long as it's not accurate.
On the meeting list, when do our legislative calls
Yes,
start?
so it's not equitable.
Dan, when are our legislative calls gonna start?
Would be 2 weeks from yesterday would be our first legislative call, so I apologize. Bring that up during state affairs.
We'll send out emails and all.
Or sorry, 2 weeks from tomorrow, Thursday.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, they're on a
Saying
Thursday at
Tuesdays.
noon
Yep.
schedule, which is traditionally what we've done. Those, Gary, are not in person. They are.
I'm sorry, how it,
The legislative calls, we used to do them on the phone when you were on board. They're now
Yep.
Zoom. We're very advanced on our technology now.
so how do we do them now?
Zoom.
I can hardly wait.
Yeah.
Show your enthusiasm.
Yeah.
I think with that, I think when you choose to adjourn the meeting, you're free to do so.
Well, before we adjourn, I just wanted to thank all of you for your support and for all that you do for the district in your communities, in our community. Well, this is not an easy commitment for any of you. I want you to know that I appreciate it. I'm sure that your communities appreciate it. We can't do this without you. And we need everybody. And we need your attention. and you give it. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be a part of you. Very honored to be the president of your board. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
All right. Thank you.